Hey Froggy friends, Kirostyle here, welcome back to Ace Attorney Investigations 2, Prosecutor's Gambit. Thank you so much for joining me here on stream. Welcome in everyone. Kieran, congratulations on being first. Cole, welcome in. Leon, it's good to see you. Fate, thanks for stopping by. I hope you have a good day at work. Thank you so much for tuning into the VOD later. Hope you're all doing well today. We are beginning the final episode of Ace Attorney Investigations 2, which is, I guess, also the final episode of Ace Attorney Investigations Collection as well. Episode 5, Turnabout for the Ages. In the fan translation, this episode is called The Grand Turnabout. This is a really good case. It's not as long as Turnabout Ablaze, so I think we can finish it in 2 streams. It's probably one of my most favorite Ace Attorney cases in the franchise. Maybe not my favorite top of all time, but it is definitely up there. As we've seen from the previous episodes, there's a lot of loose plot threads that we need to resolve, and they're all going to come together in this episode. And there are major spoilers in this episode, so if you have not caught up, or if you haven't watched the previous episodes and you're interested in playing the game for yourself, I do recommend you wait and go experience it for yourself, because it's really good. I won't hype it up too much and talk more about it, but you will see. You will see. So let's get going. Episode 5, Turnabout for the Ages. Leon, thank you so much for the sub, I really appreciate it. Oh, look at that taxi, it's got a little, like, unicorn or Pegasus on top of it, that's cute. April 6th, 10:02 a.m., Big Building Plaza. So this happens, like, immediately after the last case. We still have some of our evidence from the last case with us. So, what's next for the great Miles Edgeworth, huh? Wait, you aren't serious about not being a prosecutor no more, ain't ya? Yes, I am. No longer a prosecutor. It's hard to believe, and yet I can't stop thinking about what Mr. DeKiller said. Me either. Congratulations on another case solved. Yet I can't truly say it's been fully solved yet, can you? This isn't over yet. We still don't know who the mysterious figure in the red raincoat at Gourd Lake was. Who really wrote that letter? You've been dancing to somebody else's tune this whole time. The Who's. Still can't let it go, huh? You're like a dog with a dang bone. Both of y'all are. Well, I got me some reporting to do, so I'll catch y'all some other time, I guess. Wow, you have a new story to chase already? You trying to patronize me, girlie? You bet I got new stories, more than you can shake a stick at. A good reporter always has 3 or 4 leads bubbling away in the old scoop pot. Somebody, please! Whoa, what now? Please, you have to help me. Huh? Do I know her? What's the matter? Has something happened? There's a body! It almost looks like a monster might have... A monster? Well, I'll be! Anybody else smell the sweet, sweet smell of old scoop soup? This way, hurry! Lotta's run is so funny. What's happened now? What indeed? I suppose there's only one way to find out. April 6th, 10:05 a.m. Big building. Empty lot. Huh? These look like... Yep! Footprints! This right here is photo gold! Footprints? But how big would a creature have to be to leave prints like that? Mr. Edgeworth, look! Shilong Lang. What's he doing here? Wait, the guy on the floor, that's... No. Dijin Wang, the president of Zhengfa. Agent Lang! Mr. Prosecutor, how did you get here so quick? What is going on here? Huh? You don't think that's exactly what I'm trying to figure out myself? We can't blame him for being on edge, I suppose. The leader of his country is dead. Speaking of which... the body's lying inside one of the footprints. What on earth happened to him? Monster! Monster? What the heck else you want me to say, huh? Then there's right a monster prince, mister. That big old battle Tyrannosaurus done stomped right through here. I ain't been sure or nothing. Haru what? And I suppose you mean you are sure. This right here's a scoop to scoop up all the other scoops and bury them 10 feet deep. Man trampled by giant monster. They'll lead with that in every paper from here to Honolulu. Ridiculous. There's no such thing as monsters. Wait. The honor's all mine, Mr. Edgeworth. I am Dijin Wang. Your efforts on behalf of Zhengfa have not gone unnoticed. You averted something of a crisis. You're the assassin we've been looking for. In a sense, yes. A certain someone did indeed hire me to carry out a contract. And that contract did indeed specify that I was to assassinate President Wang. Did he finally manage to... You! Did you discover the body? Yes. That is, What are you doing, Agent Lang? Lang Zi says... Begin at the beginning. With the first person to arrive at the scene. Well, did you really just discover the body? Yes. Hey, go easy on her. Can't you see she's scared? I don't think he's in the mood to go easy on anybody. Ha! Nobody's getting it easy today. Do you have any idea who's lying dead over there? That's President Wang, the leader of Zhengfa.
Hold it!
Please, Agent Lang. You don't seem your usual self. In more ways than one, in fact. When we first met, you had more underlings than I could count. And you were known for your unrivaled arrest rate and your cool head under pressure. Now the underlings are gone, and you've forgotten the fundamentals of police work. What happened? Ugh! What did you just... Shouldn't you be looking over the scene instead of accusing the first person you run into? Or is it me who's forgotten the fundamentals? Ugh! I don't need you to tell me how to do my job. I was just about to get started. Good. That seems to have calmed him down a little. We should take a look around too, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, I think we should. At least until the police arrive. I'm not strictly supposed to conduct investigations anymore. Don't nobody need to know no looking around. I done told y'all who did this, it was Torosaurus, or my name ain't Lotta Heart. Wait. Not who did it. What did it? Yeah, that. Are you quite finished? We have an investigation to be getting on with. Step aside, please. You can't order me around no more, mister. You step out of my dang way is more like it. Y'all mess with this here scoop of mine, and there'll be heck to pay and then some. Excuse me? The woman who found the body. Where do I know her from? You're Mr. Edgeworth, right? Do you remember me? Oh, yes, of course. We met on, that case. No way! You two know each other? Yes, as a matter of fact, we do. From... somewhere. Well, come on, Edgeworth, you love the Steel Samurai. You have to remember this case of all cases. Great to meet you, I'm Kay Faraday, Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Wow, I never knew you had your own adorable little assistant. I'm Penny Nichols. I work over at Global Studios. I'm in charge of props. It's nice to meet you. Ah, of course. One of my old cases involved a murder on the set of a Steel Samurai movie. She was a member of the crew and provided some key evidence. Our paths must have crossed several times while it was all going on. And yet, I'd completely forgotten her. It's good to see you again. So if you're here, I guess that means... That's right, we're here on location filming for Global Studios. It's kind of a big feature, to tell you the truth. I was first in today, wanted to make an early start. Penny kind of has the same, like, running joke as Old Bag, where instead of showing her name, it just says assistant, kind of like how Old Bag, it says security lady on a lot of it. Hey, Fanta Reads! Welcome to the stream. Welcome in. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, Woochin the Unstable, and Archie Fish, and Sharky Spade. I was gonna say Shady. Sharky Spade. And Archie Fish, thank you so much for following me and being a froggy friend. Hope you guys are all doing well today. Let me write you a shout out. Hope you guys had a good stream. What were you playing today? Please join us in following Fanta Reads when you get the chance. If you love books, if you love awesome VTubers, you gotta go check them out. Thank you so much for entrusting me with your amazing audience. I hope you had a good stream today. What were you playing? You saw Ace Attorney Investigations and you couldn't resist? Excellent. I love these games. I'm so glad to find more people that enjoy them as well. I'm Kiro. I'm the frog-themed martial artist. We're playing some Ace Attorney Investigations 2, and this is actually the final case. We're starting the final case, so if you are wary of spoilers, I totally get it. Feel free to sit back and relax or go take care of yourself after you stream. I really appreciate it. Oh, you got the Japanese limited edition because it had the standee merch. Yeah, that stuff was really cool. It's too bad it was like, you had to, you know, import it to get it. That was also the version that it's like a special edition but doesn't actually come with the game, so if you want to get all the merch and stuff, you can get it separately. Hey Tsuki, welcome in. Thank you so much for coming by too. It's good to see you. You played it 10 years ago, so you don't remember much. Well, thank you so much for coming by. Let's continue with the case. We just discovered the crime scene. I was first in today, wanted to make an early start. But then I noticed something was wrong. The footprints and the body. Ugh. We'll take a closer look at the body in just a moment. In the meantime, can I ask you to notify the police? Yes, of course. Right away. I'll need to speak to her at length a little later. But first, let's go over the scene. There's plenty to look at besides the body. I'll need to examine everything in detail. Miss Nichols, where does this exit lead? That? Oh, onto the grounds of the big building. Yet another case with direct ties to that same building. The building with the hidden 51st floor used to store the lots for illicit auctions. I guess it wouldn't be much of a surprise if it turned out to be hiding yet more secrets. ACB, welcome in, thanks for dropping by. Huh? Look at this chain and padlock. Oh, look at that! Somebody cut the chain! They did! I'm sure it was still intact when I left yesterday. I'd say it's possible this is where the killer entered from. Ah! What's the matter now? Look at that huge dent! How did that get there? You're right. That is a big dent. It would have taken a sizable object to make it, and a heavy one too. That wasn't like that yesterday either. It wasn't. I guess that means the dent must have been made last night at some point. So the grounds of the big building lie beyond here. To look at it from here, you'd think it was just an ordinary building, huh? And there's no one really special around to speak of either. See, at least this cameo makes more sense than one from the first game, where you can clearly see that Edgeworth should have a line of sight to them, but at least here, there's a big wall in the way. Well, no one from our current vantage point, at any rate. Anyway, we don't have time to ponder such things. We need to investigate the entire lot. Right over there. That's kind of like a secret cameo for this one, because there's no indication that if you examine this thing a second time that it'll actually give you a different set of dialogue. Hey, these are those plastic sheets you can put down when you have a picnic. They're plastic sheets, that much is true. I don't think that's what they're used for. Want me to explain, Mr. Edgeworth? Those are the waterproof sheets. We use them to protect the cameras when it's up on the crane. If it starts raining while we're shooting, we can just cover up and keep going. I see, so they must be pretty big, right? Oh yeah, they have to be able to cover the whole rig. Wouldn't be much point in using them otherwise. The weather was pretty patchy yesterday, so we wound up using them quite a bit. Right, I forgot I can talk to Kay. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I can't believe somebody murdered the president. Well, I say somebody, but maybe I should say something. You don't really believe that, do you? That giant creature trampled him to death? What? Are you saying that's not what happened? Then who did kill the president, huh? It could have been any number of people. A person in his position is never short of enemies. Shelley the Killer himself was hired to go after him, as we know. So you're saying maybe somebody like Mr. the Killer murdered him? I can't say anything for certain, but it's a possibility we can't discount for now. Right, just like the possibility that a monster killed him. That's a monster footprint he's lying in, Mr. Edgeworth. What else could it be? And there's a horn thing right by the body too. A horn thing. I guess we can't say for sure that's not related to the case. Maybe we should compare it to some of the items of evidence we've found so far. I can't believe we ran into Agent Lang, here of all places. He seems a little out of sorts though, huh? He does, but that's to be expected. He's from Zhengfa after all. We can't expect him not to be affected by his president's death. Hey, where were the guys in the black suits he's always with him? I thought they never left his side. Where indeed? What happened, Agent Lang? Hey, Girlfriend76, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. What's it now? Can't y'all see I'm busy? Girl needs room to work, you know. Why are you so obsessed with the idea this was a monster attack? Monsters don't exist. Surely even you know that. What did you? You don't know what the heck you're talking about. Torosaurus is real, dang it, I know that for a fact. For a fact, And how is that possible exactly? Cause I done seen him. What? You saw Torosaurus? Where? How? Heck yeah, I seen him, that big bad bull himself, right in front of me. I was up on 51 over there at the big building just yesterday, right? Gathering materials for your story on the underground auction. Yes, we remember. Well, ain't that just Mr. Memory Man? That's right, I done seen him right when I took that photo. Person in the red raincoat. Miss Ringer, right? Yup, y'all see that blind right there next to the little Miss Raincoat? Well, guess who's on the other side of it at the very moment? That's right, Torosaurus! There's nothing there. Well, I can't rightly capture every dang thing, it's just a little too far away, that's all. But I seen it, alright? Boy, did I. Torosaurus' big ol' eyes are staring right at me, peeking right in the window. A window-peeking monster. Maybe you should have mentioned that during the last episode, Lotta. Anyhow, I don't got time to be shooting the breeze with y'all. I got snaps to snap, reporters to report. Quit bugging me, will ya? Go on, get. That entire story was ridiculous. You didn't believe a word she said, did you, Mr. Edgeworth? Is it that obvious? how to pronounce my name? It's Kirostyle. This looks like equipment used by the lighting department. Oh wait, I just remembered, there was something I want to ask you. Could you maybe light me up when I'm doing some of my next robberies? Help me look super cool? You want me to shine a light on you while you're committing a crime? You bet I do, what's so weird about that? What's the point of me doing my great thieving in the dark? The folks in the cheap seats won't be able to see a thing. Wait, you're imagining you'll be committed to this robbery in front of an audience. This thing in front of the trailer here, it looks like a monster costume. What? That's a costume? You sure the creature that made these things... Oh, you're sure the creature that made these huge footprints didn't just shrink or something? Perhaps I didn't make myself clear. This thing in front of the trailer here, it looks like a monster costume. A costume! I'm sorry I got a little upset before. You were working here alone. That's right, I came before everybody else so I could get everything ready. But as soon as I walked through the gate, I saw the footprints. Monster prints first thing in the morning. They must have been a real shock. It was. They weren't there when I left yesterday evening, I'm sure of it. So the footprints must have appeared late last night. At first glance, I thought maybe they were part of the set. But then I got closer, I saw somebody was lying in the middle of one of them. You didn't notice until you were right up close. Yeah, my eyesight just seems to be getting worse and worse lately. I think I need new glasses. I didn't notice it was a body until I was right by it, which is why I got so shocked and ran away. That must be when we bumped into her. So you're shooting a movie. It wouldn't happen to be a Steel Samurai movie, would it? Nope. Oh. He's so disappointed. This one's a creature feature. You know, the Torosaurus movies, right? I'm afraid not. You'll have to forgive Mr. Edgeworth, he only cares about Steel Samurai. That's not... Hey, that's alright, not everyone's a fan. But they soon will be. He's back after 12 years of silence. The big bad bull himself, Torosaurus. It's the first Torosaurus movie in a long time, so the crew's super excited about it. And parts of it are set here at the big building, so we've been shooting on location. That explains what we saw yesterday. What's happening here? What's going on with the building? Just stay calm and talk to me, kid. Cut, 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 cut. I'm so sorry, we're shooting a movie. Could you, That must be what they were filming. So does Torosaurus smash the big building to pieces in the movie? I bet he does, right? Wouldn't you like to know? But you'll just have to wait to find out at the theater. Here, you can have this if you like. Oh, thank you. An epic rivalry is born. Torosaurus versus Gordy. A Global Studios production. Gordy, huh? That's right. It's not just Torosaurus on his own this time around. He has an arch nemesis. You know Gordy, right? The monster from Gourd Lake? Oh yeah, wasn't everyone talking about that a couple years back? The mysterious creature in the lake? It showed up in that one couple's photo. Not only were people talking about it, it played a major part in one of my cases. Not a name I'm too wild about hearing again. The director's fascinated by stories, which is why Gordy wound up in the movie. A little behind the times, but better late than never, I suppose. Just wait till you see those two legends tearing into each other in the big scene. I think we need to learn a little bit more about the security situation here on set. Ms. Nichols, is the set kept locked overnight? Yeah, we use one of these. A combination lock, huh? So anybody who knows the code can get in and out. And was the lock in place when you arrived this morning? Yep, everything was locked up tight when I got here. Who knows the combination? Oh, the producer, the director, the crew, the actors. Basically everyone who's working on the movie. So any member of the cast or crew could have opened the lock and entered. So, Mr. Prosecutor, we meet again. Yes, we saw you at the detention center the other day too. This is such a sad rendition of Lang's theme, but it still suits him so well. You had some business to take care of, I take it, Agent Lang. You could say that. Nothing that need concern you, though. Huh, yeah, you really have a habit of showing up in the wrong place at the wrong time. You're a bad penny, a bad omen, and a bad smell all rolled into one. Just stay out of my way, okay? I've got a president to avenge. You were already at the scene when we got here. Why? What were you doing in the area? What am I, a suspect? You might be. Look, I heard a stream came running, okay? Guess it was our friend from the crew. Came in from the gate over there. Somebody already got rid of the lock for me. Not completely. I can still see it on the floor there. Perhaps I should take a closer look. When I got here, I saw a movie girl running out of the other gate. In other words, he arrived right around the same time we did. So he had business here at the big building. Something like that. A date with destiny, let's call it. He was similarly enigmatic when we saw him at the detention center. Let me guess, you're a huge creature feature fan, so you came to see the filming the Torosaurus movie. Creature features? What do you think I am? Not the type of person who thinks a creature might have done this, I hope. I'm sorry about the president. You have my deepest condolences. Thanks! He was a great man. Zhengfa will be lost without him. You and he were close, correct? It all started when he hired my father. That was our big break. Our family kept him safe. That was our most important duty and our most sacred. He gave my father medal after medal. They had to come up with new ones just for him. In the end, there were no medals left to give, so he made us the keepers of his last will and testament. Those medals, that duty, they're our greatest pride. Our family jewels. Yuh, never thought we'd be unsealing that will so soon. Wow, it sounds like your family and the president were super close. But wait, when that whole thing happened back at the lake, you weren't with the president then, right? Look, a lot happened, okay? That was all 12 years ago or more. My father and the president being friends, our family being the ones who kept him safe. He just changed one day. It was like he became a different person. Now he doesn't trust the police one bit. Wonder what happened 12 years ago. But regardless of what happened, I still respected him. Zhengfa may not be a big country, but he held that place together. Damn it! What was the security detail thinking? Imagine you've already contacted the embassy. Of course I have, and the government, and my family. They'll be going crazy right now thinking about what needs to happen with that will. And things will be getting crazy here soon too. Those bodyguards will be all over the place. If you're not a fan of trouble, I'd leave before they get here. Look, Mr. Prosecutor, these days, I'm a one-man outfit, a lone wolf. They won't be letting me lead this investigation, but I've still got fangs, and I can still bite back. I'll find whoever did this, and I won't let you or anybody else get in my way. Oh. I'm trying to examine the lock on the ground. It really is him, huh? It certainly appears to be. The same man we met only a few days ago. So this time, the president really did get assassinated. If that is what happened, the assassin certainly chose an attention-grabbing method. I must scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. Huh? What's this white thing here? Wait, it's a bone! Does that mean 2 murderers? It looks more like a horn than a bone to me. Don't we have a piece of evidence that might tell us whose horn it might be? No obvious wounds, but he's definitely not breathing. So it really was a monster. Trampled by a giant creature. Highly impossible. Huh? There's something stuck to the front of his clothes there. Yes, speckles of a yellow substance. I bet it's monster drool. Yeah, that must be it. Please, Kay, can you at least try to be sensible? We'll need forensics to tell us what it might be. Alright, that looks to be pretty much everything the body can tell us for now. I better note it all down. Do I prefer morning streams like this, or am I still sticking to my regular schedule? I usually stick to my regular schedule, but I do have a regular day job, so I can't do morning or afternoon streams except on weekends. But depending on what I have going on in the evenings, sometimes I can't do evening streams on the weekends, so... But I also want to get through this game quickly, so we're almost finished it. We've been streaming it pretty much non-stop for almost 2 weeks now, so I wanted to get it done, which is why I wanted to slip in a stream here in the afternoon. Plus, this stream and tomorrow's stream might go a little bit longer than usual, so if I do it in the afternoon, at least I'm not cutting into my sleep schedule. That's why I always post my schedules on Twitter, but I usually try to keep it evenings, except maybe weekends. But again, it depends on circumstance. Hey Ash, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by. The body's surrounded by pieces of smashed up concrete. Yes, they look to have been thrown clear when the ground was broken. Phew, sent flying by the mighty impact of a giant creature's foot. Sure, assuming this was the work of a giant creature. Just look at the shape. I know a hoof when I see one. There's only one thing that it could possibly be. The footprint of an enormous, terrifying beast. It's not just the one. There's 3. But you know that's impossible, don't you? You know that monsters aren't real. Sure, I probably know that somewhere deep down, but it's way more fun to believe they are. Our job is to pursue the truth, Kay, not to believe what feels most fun in the moment. Yeah, don't worry, I'm getting enough rest. But these weeks have been kind of busy. Like, I go to work, and then I come back, and then I'm almost immediately getting ready for stream. And then I stream until late into the night. Obviously, Ace Attorney requires a lot of reading, so it's taxing on the voice. And then I quickly edit the video, and then I go to sleep, so I can upload it in the morning. And then I go straight to work. It's been like that for the last 2 weeks, but we're almost finished, so I'm almost free. But I really, really like this game, which is why I want to finish it early. Plus, there's also another new release coming out in the upcoming week, so I want to finish this before we get to then. It's busy work, but I enjoy it. Could this be related to the evidence somehow? Eureka! This could be one of Torosaurus's horns, couldn't it? You're right, it totally could. Maybe it's part of a prop from the movie. If it is, it must be something pretty big, judging by the size. What's it doing on the ground here? We should ask one of the crew. Maybe they'll know. This horn, do you recognize it? Huh? Oh, that's part of one of Torosaurus's horns. It's from a model we use for promotional stuff. Where'd you find it? On the ground, near the side entrance. That's weird. We keep a replica of Torosaurus's head up on the roof of the trailer over there. And it's quite large, I assume. Oh yeah, well not as big as the real thing, obviously, but it's still pretty big. It's just up there, see it? Right there. That really is big. There's a bunch of really cool stuff around here, huh? I guess there is. It's all for making the movie. The costumes, the equipment, everything. Treasures aplenty! I'm in heaven right here! Some of this equipment could be related to the murder, too. I better look it all over carefully. The combination lock on the gate leading to the plaza was intact when Miss Nichols arrived. But the lock on the gate leading to the side of the big building had been cut. What does this tell us? Easy! That the killer used the side gate! Precisely, and tells us something else important too. Namely, that our culprit didn't know the number for the combination lock. You're right! It would have been way easier to come in that way if they did. But instead, they chose the classic thief's route, the lesser-known side entrance. This is no run-of-the-mill criminal, Mr. Edgeworth. We need to keep our wits about us. I'm not sure we should be excited by that fact, Kay. Anyway, we know that everybody working on the movie knew the combination, which makes it likely our culprit wasn't a member of the cast or the crew. Both the dent in the fence and the broken horn weren't there yesterday, according to our witness. Which leads me to wonder... Wait, you think that giant Torosaurus head could have... I do. I think it could have well rolled off the trailer roof and landed in the lot below. It seems more than possible, and it also means... There's no sign of a murder weapon anywhere. Oh yeah, there isn't. Now, this is still only a possibility, but if the Torosaurus head somehow fell from the roof up there... Yeah, that could kill somebody for sure. Miss Nichols, would you mind if we took a look up on the roof of the trailer? You want to go up there? Sure, I don't see why not. Knock yourselves out. Oh, but don't do that literally, the steps could be kinda slippy. Alright, I'm done here. I found out what I need to know for now. And what might that be, I wonder? Move, old man. What did you just say to me? You need to learn some manners, kid. No, you need to learn when you're in the way. Quit whining, get out of here. What the? I'm so sorry about him. Sean, apologize to the nice man. Come on, Sean, you know you can't speak to people like that. Whatever. Who the heck was he? A policeman, that's who. Why would you antagonize him like that? Ugh. I thought there was going to be trouble for a second there. I don't think I've ever seen anybody stand up to Agent Lang like that. Oh, let me introduce you. Everybody, this is Sean Fenn. He's the star of the movie we're making. I love Sean's design, and he has such a badass musical theme. It's also funny, people noted that... So, his name, Sean Fenn. Fen is a type of wetland, which is analogous to his Japanese name, which is a type of marsh. But people also noticed that Sean Fenn sounds like Sean Penn, and Sean Penn starred in a movie called Milk. Eh? The star, this little boy. Hi there, I'm Kay Faraday. It's great to meet you. Sean, this is Miles Edgeworth. He's a prosecutor. A prosecutor? That's right, and a pretty famous one at that. He's a prosecutor. Where's his badge? Ugh, he certainly doesn't pull any punches. Oh, you, might not want to get too close, Sean. She's right. It's no sight for a child. He's involved in this all nonetheless. I need to speak with him. Actually, would you mind coming up there with us? Oh, sure. After you. So, this is the mighty Torosaurus. Huh? He looks different from before. Here, he's way cooler on the flyer. What's with the weird nose ring on this model? Oh, I forgot. You two aren't Torosaurus fans. This is the original Torosaurus design from 12 years back. Huh? So, what's the one on the flyer? That's the all-new Torosaurus. They gave him a makeover specifically for the movie. He looks so much more contemporary now, don't you think? Makeover? He's totally different! This one's... it's just... a cow. Well, he is just a cow. Or at least, he was originally based on a cow. He's a moonstrosity. Moonstrosity. Yeah, the cow, man's best friend, reimagined as a terrifying monster. It totally makes you think about a whole relationship with nature, right? That was the original concept. I think the concept might be a little lost on me. Me too, I'm afraid. I'm gonna scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. There's a heater here. Do you think it's to keep the crew warm or something? I would imagine so. It's spring now, but the evenings can still be pretty chilly. It really gets in your bones. Oh, come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You can't start talking like an old fogey. You already look like one. You have to talk young and bright and happy. You may not have noticed, Kay, but that's not exactly my style. These look like cans of paint thinner. I guess they were being used by the prop department. Look at the ground around them, Mr. Edgeworth. It's all burned. Indeed, as is the blue sheet underneath, and the nearby newspaper, and the outside of the cans. Wait, do you think the Torosaurus head could breathe fire? Nah, this old guy doesn't look like the fire-breathing type. That's not even possible, let alone likely. Still, the fire was started somehow. It's a wooden table, sadly collapsed. Parts of it are badly scorched. That's weird, the head should be on that table. But the legs are broken. Guess Torosaurus isn't going back on there now. The scorch marks look particularly bad where the legs snapped off. I think there might have been a fire up here. Do you think that's what happened to the legs? Yes, and when the fire had burned through the legs, the table would have collapsed. And the head would have fallen down on the ground below. You're right! The fire caused the head to fall. Indeed, and I also happen to have an idea about how the fire may have started. Those cans of paint thinner by the heater are pretty flammable. Not a great place to keep them. Ugh, you're right. I'm sorry. I'll make sure somebody moves them. But the stove didn't get used yesterday. Not while I was here, anyway. Which makes the question of what could have started the fire all the more interesting. Yeah, I think I could possibly throw that little baby over my shoulder and carry it out of here. You're not thinking of stealing it, are you, Kay? No, I was thinking I could just carry it around with me. Then every time you shout objection, I can light you up with it and make you look super cool. Yeah, I can picture it now. You look amazing. Well, do I get the job? When do I start? Hopefully, never. The model is made for promotional events, stuff like that. So people would remember the old Torosaurus and realize this was a reboot. Yeah, he does look different. People might not get it otherwise. And just as we thought, his horn is broken. So the model really is what killed the president? I think it's a distinct possibility, but there's one thing I don't quite understand. What's that? Miss Nichols, the model looks very heavy. How do you move it around? Oh, it comes apart. If you know the trick, it's not so hard. But I guess if you didn't, you might struggle to figure it out. If you happen to not be a member of the cast or crew, for example. Once it's in pieces, could one person move it? Oh yeah, even I could. Maybe not very fast, but I could. I'm sure I remember that face from somewhere. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. I know this cow. Funny, I was just thinking the exact same thing. We know it from the president's plane, of course. And from the auction. So President Wong's plushie was a soft toy version of the original Torosaurus. Can this really be just a coincidence? It was Sean, wasn't it? Do you mind if I ask you some questions? Oh, you're really a prosecutor. You just look like an old guy to me. I am. Old guy. Charmed, I'm sure. Badge first, then we talk. I don't have my badge right now. Now how do you expect people to believe you're a prosecutor? Ugh. Ooh, he's not the friendliest, huh? You want me to try talking to him? Why not? I doubt it could hurt. I was never good with children. I've never seen a kid look and act so badass when he's dressed up as a cow and holds a carton of milk. He's certainly a character if you can pull that off. So you're an actor, right, Sean? Yeah, so what? That's amazing, you're so cool. It's not that big of a deal. Kay's approach seems to be having an effect. So, those horns of yours. Yeah, what about them? Oh, those? The makeup department made them. The character he plays has a special psychic link with Torosaurus. And the horns allow him to communicate with his giant friend. Isn't that right, Sean? Just shut up, will you? They don't need to know all that stuff. Oh, sorry. Well, the power dynamic here seems pretty obvious. Still, that's kind of amazing, huh? The lead character in a movie? While he's still in elementary school? That's crazy! Oh! Sean's actually 13. He just looks a little younger. What? But look at him! He's so little and cute! And the backpack, I just thought... The backpack's part of his costume. He's playing a role, remember? Yeah, I guess he is, huh? But he is kind of small, you have to admit. Oh, we try not to talk about that too much in front of him. Hey, stop talking! Stop telling people stuff they don't need to know! I'm sorry. So it's all part of the role. Except for the carton of milk, maybe. The dead guy. That's the president, right? Yeah, you knew him? A little. I met him once. He's meeting with presidents now. Ugh, guy was a real piece of work. Hey, you can't say that, it's not nice. What was so bad about him anyway? Huh? Don't want to talk about it. Fine, I guess. Oh, President Wong was working with us on the movie. Working with you? How exactly? He had a part, just a cameo, nothing big. So he came to look around the set one time. That would have been when Sean met him. Why put the president in your movie? We heard he was a huge fan of the original Torosaurus. So the studio offered him a little role. They figured it'd be good PR. Last thing I need is amateurs on my set. I told you before, Sean. You can't talk about people like that. And I told you to shut your mouth. I guess he's none too thrilled about the idea of performing alongside non-professionals. Oh, here. What's this? Oh wait, from yesterday. A photograph. Yeah, I just got them printed. You can keep it if you want. Wow, it's such a great picture. And you brought it specially for me? That's so kind. Thank you. No, I just happen to have a spare. I hope you don't mind me asking, but can we take a look too? Oh, sure. Here. So it was taken yesterday. No footprints, and certainly no body. Have you heard of this Torosaurus before? Nope, not me. I mean, it's a 12-year-old movie. I would've been super tiny when it came out, and super cute. It sounds kinda interesting though, right? You like that sort of thing, which I assume you do. You bet I do, it's a creature feature. When are those not good? Almost always, in my experience. Well, I can say the same about the Steel Samurai. Ugh, Kay! How could you? The Steel Samurais! Never mind that now. We have an investigation to be getting on with. We should probably make sure we've gathered all the intel we can. There'll be clues here as to what might have happened for sure. Fine. I don't believe there's any more to be found here. I feel like I'm supposed to present something to someone. Oh, no, I didn't examine this. I examined this, but not this. What's this big metal stick thing? Is it for climbing trees or something? No, it's a camera crane. It's used for filming from an elevated viewpoint. There's no camera currently attached, but it would usually be positioned at the top there. Gotcha! Sounds perfect for casing a place before a burglary. Mind if I go ask someone about borrowing it? How do you propose to transport it if the answer is yes? Easy. You take the bottom part, I'll take the top. So, I'm helping now? And if you go one step at a time, we'll be back at your place before you know it. And we're walking it back to my house? Alright, I think that's just what wraps up our preliminary investigations. So he was killed by... Yes, by a falling Torosaurus head. At least that seems the most likely explanation for now. It came down right on top of him, huh? Hmm? Well, they took their time, but here they are. Police, bodyguards, the whole gang. Mr. President! It's a little late for that, don't you think? Curses, who did this? Whoever it was made a big mistake. But I promise you this. They'll pay. I'm on their trail already. What? What do you mean? Our president may have been murdered, but that doesn't mean that extraterritoriality applies. The local police have jurisdiction. Luckily, I know the right people to talk to. And I just got myself seconded to the case. Lowly one-man outfit or not, I'll be working this one. Sounds like you already have an idea of where you'd like to focus your inquiries. More than that, I've already caught scent of my prey. Take a look at this. It's a printout from a security camera on the viewing platform at the top of the big building. That's... It's pointed at the elevator that leads onto the roof, so it records everybody who goes up there. And in this particular case, it recorded the president and his murderer clear as day. What was Judge Cavell doing there? He's saying he suspects her of the murder. Mr. Edgeworth, I entrust my offering to the goddess to you. So you may use it to call her final judgment onto Excelsius winner. But murder goes against everything she believes in. Agent Lang, perhaps you could explain your thinking on the matter a little further. I heard a little rumor while I was over at the big building. It was about you, Edgeworth. You're not a prosecutor anymore, are you? Which means you don't have jurisdiction here. But you want to cross-examine me while I explain my thinking? Why would I agree to that? Curses. Hey, don't be like that. You were the one who was just talking about being a lonely one-man outfit. You know what? Maybe it should be you explaining your thinking to me. How come even though you're not a prosecutor, you're still sticking your nose into this case? It's a valid question. Why am I still here? Perhaps I can clarify that with a question of my own, Agent Lang. Why are you so desperate to catch the person who murdered President Wang? Because above all else, you're an investigator, correct? I'm desperate to catch a certain somebody myself. The person who orchestrated a murder at the big building yesterday. The person who put Kay's freedom in jeopardy. Who put her in grave danger. That person is out there somewhere right now. Lurking in the shadows, laughing. And until I uncover the truth and make that person pay, it doesn't matter if I'm a prosecutor anymore. I'll keep fighting. Find the truth. And don't give up until you do. That's a rule I live by. Ha! Ha! You may have the look of a smart guy, but you're a fool just like the rest of us. A fool? How dare you? That was just what I needed to hear. Fine. You're in. I've lost my minions and you've lost your fancy title. But it seems neither of us is prepared to give up on this investigation. Now, seeing as we're both so stubborn, how about we go head-to-head and thrash out the details? I'd be honored. But be warned, I won't be going easy on you. I have an assassin to catch. And not even you're gonna get in the way of that. Of course, I would expect no less. Let me show you the truth I tore from this case with my bare fangs. Why I suspect Gavel. Alright, so this judge friend of yours met the president up on the roof. And then she pushed him, and he landed right here. This all happened the night before last. The people all had been cleared from the viewing platform, so it was just the two of them up there. And that pretty much sums it up. No doubt about it. She killed the president. They were there completely alone. No bodyguards. None. I checked. His security detail had no idea he even went up there. He must have gone in secret. Maybe it was a conversation they didn't want anybody to hear. What kind of conversation? How are the two of them even connected? Seems the president spoke to the owner of the building ahead of time. He had him set aside the viewing platform just for the two of them. And it was the president asking. I guess the guy wasn't about to refuse. So the last person to see the president alive really could have been... Yep, Gavel. Did you say her name was? Her. His argument certainly isn't completely without merit. But I noticed at least one glaring hole in his reasoning. That's where I'll need to focus my counterattack. Hey Sai, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by today. Alright, so this judge friend of yours met the president up on the roof, correct?
Hold it!
How can you say for certain the two really met? Huh, so the plan has come swinging, huh? I've seen worse approaches. Dominate the battlefield, counter your opponent's every move. It's a tried and tested strategy. And not what I was intending at all. But this battle's barely even begun, Mr. Prosecutor, so shut up and buckle in. And then she pushed him, and he landed right here. This all happened the night before last.
Hold it!
The night before last. How can you be so sure of that? If you're not sure, take another look. Take as many as you need. This picture's from the camera up on the viewing platform, like I said. And the camera doesn't lie. That's from 2 nights ago.
Objection!
You have a picture of them both entering the rooftop area. But nothing from after that point, I assume. No, there's only one camera, and it's pointed at the elevator. You can't see the viewing platform itself. Still, this is when the murder happened, I'm sure of it. If the president really was killed 2 nights ago, then his body would have been here in the lot the whole time. Taking a little moment there, Mr. Prosecutor. Well, save it. I'm not done explaining. Not even close. The people had all been cleared from the viewing platform, so it was just the 2 of them up there.
Hold it!
It's entirely possible somebody else is up there, surely. Yeah, what about the cotton candy stand?
Not so fast!
The owner of the building received a request from the president himself to clear the area. He knew there'd be serious trouble if he messed up, so he went to work there as quick as he could. They cleared everybody out, and I mean everybody, including his stupid cotton candy seller. Stupid? That's mean. Still, it wasn't enough. If it had been, the president would be lying there now. And that pretty much sums it up. No doubt about it. She killed the president.
Hold it!
No doubt about it. Are you certain of that? Of course I am. The place, the time, everything points to the woman in the picture. The place and time. Interesting. Agent Lang seems to believe the president wound up in a certain place at a certain time. And yet, yes, I think I'm starting to see the problem here. There's at least one major problem he's overlooking. That's where I'll need to focus my counterattack.
Objection!
Shilong Lang, former star agent of Interpol. How the mighty have fallen. What?! Take a look at this picture. It's a behind-the-scenes shot of some of the cast and crew. Look at those smiles! Well, maybe not Sean's, but you know what I mean. And it was taken only yesterday. What?! If Judge Cavell really did kill President Wong the night before last, the body would have been clearly visible in the background of this picture. What?! Perhaps you should have taken a little more time to speak with those involved. After all, thorough witness interviews form the basis of any good investigation, as you should know. I don't think I've ever seen you so happy, Mr. Edgeworth. You really do love backing your opponent into a corner, huh? Fine. You got me. I must say it's been a while. I almost missed it. Perhaps if you tried to stay a little calmer while conducting your investigations in the future. Don't push your luck, Edgeworth. Lang Zi says, the righteous anger of a wolf lasts 100 years. I won't be calming down anytime soon, not until we've caught the president's killer. I want the same thing. We all do. Nonetheless, the body appeared last night. You have to accept that now. And there's only one other thing you'll need to accept. The president didn't die from a fall. That's right, he was crushed by the falling ahead of a giant monster. The incident occurred here on the movie set, not at the top of the big building.
Not so fast!
Says you, but that's just your theory. I'm not about to give up my own just because of it. But it literally can't have happened the night before last. We just proved that with this picture. Did you? What if your friend Gavel pushed the president off the big building the night before last, and then came down here to the movie set and hid the body somewhere? Here, but where? There's all kinds of stuff down here. Costumes, equipment, you can hide it anywhere. And then come back a day later, last night in other words, and take it out again. We just need to check the lot for trace evidence. We'll soon find where she put it.
Objection!
There won't be any need for that. What?! This piece of evidence proves Judge Gavel can't have hidden the body.
Take that!
Both entrances to the lot were locked. And we already know the chain on the side gate was cut only last night. Ugh! Judge Gavel had no way of getting in here to hide the body before last. Yeah! But the murder has to have happened 2 nights ago. Why are you so set on believing that? Because, if you remember, that picture was a printout from a video. And there was more. Why I still suspect Gavel. There's footage from a few dozen minutes after your friend went up on the roof with the president. It shows her heading back into the elevator. Alone. You know what there's no footage of? The president himself leaving that roof. There's no other way he could have gotten down from the top of a building that high. Unless he was pushed by Gavel. You say the president was never observed returning from the viewing platform. Yeah, the camera was pointed at the elevator during the whole time. If anyone else had come up or down, it would have been on that tape. In other words, the presence of the camera ensured nobody could have left unnoticed. I see. That's not good news for Judge Gavel. Vanishing from a rooftop hundreds of feet in the air. Yeah, that's a tricky one, alright. Indeed, even the Yatagarasu can't actually fly. Well, not yet anyhow. We just need a little more practice. Please don't tell me you just think you can learn. There's footage from a few dozen minutes after your friend went up on the roof with the president.
Hold it!
A few dozen minutes? That's awfully vague. Exact length of time doesn't matter. Not anymore, anyway. What matters is what she did after that. What was that exactly? Perhaps you'd care to elaborate. Huh. Oh, I mean to, believe me. It shows her heading back into the elevator alone.
Hold it!
So she was alone when she went back down into the elevator. You're sure of that? I'm certain. Like I said, there's footage from a little while after they went up on the roof. Footage of Gavel recorded by the camera that points at the elevator door. And she was getting back into the elevator. Just her. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. It seems almost certain that Judge Gavel did indeed go back into the elevator alone. I doubt he'd be so sure of himself otherwise. It's so weird, right? Like, completely alone? Not even her pal, the Goddess of Justice, was there? I doubt the presence of an invisible entity would have swung things either way. What? No fair! Poor Goddess of Justice. I feel like I should just light a candle for her and say a little prayer. If we could return to the matter at hand, Agent Lang. You don't think there's any possibility the President could have taken the elevator at some later point? No, I considered it, but... Hey Angora, welcome to the stream, thanks for stopping by. You know what there's no footage of? The President himself leaving that roof.
Hold it!
And just to be thorough, the camera has no blind spots, and it was functioning normally. Are you trying to say I'd overlook stuff like that? What do you think I am? Forgive me, as I said, I was just being thorough. It's simply my way. Ha! Whatever. The footage was clean, okay? There's no doubt about it. The President came up the elevator, and he never went back down. Understood. While I may question your testimony, I'll refrain from questioning your methods any further. Do what you want. They're both rock solid. There's no other way he could have gotten down from the top of a building that high.
Hold it!
What if there was another way he could have gotten down?
Now go back!
He was 50 stories up. Don't be ridiculous. The elevator was the only way down. It's that simple. If you want to take my theory apart, you'll need some sharper tools than that. Would there really have been no other way of leaving the viewing platform? Well, Mr. Prosecutor, are you convinced? There's no other way the President came to be lying here. Unless he was pushed by Gavel. I think it's a little too soon to be saying that for certain. Ha! Struggle all you like, you won't escape me. My fangs will close around you in the end. Your fangs aren't inescapable, and neither was that rooftop. I'll escape one by showing you how the President escaped the other. Oh, nice! There's nothing this great thief loves more than a breakout. You talk a good game, Mr. Prosecutor. Now, why don't you put your money where your mouth is? Escape away if you can. So the camera means no one could have gone unnoticed. Or does it? Was falling really the only other way he could have left that rooftop?
Objection!
Actually, there was another way. Apart from the elevator, what do you mean? You're not gonna tell me he flew. He didn't need to. It was much simpler than that. Assuming the president knew what we know, of course. Namely, the big building has a hidden 51st floor. What? That's right, a hidden floor, with a hidden entrance on the rooftop. If he left that way, he wouldn't have needed to ride the elevator. What? But you said it was hidden, right? That it was a secret. How did the president even know about that? It's an interesting question, and one I don't have an answer to just yet. For now, this is just a theory. So, what are we talking about exactly? What is this hidden floor of yours? Sounds like the kind of place your little ninja friend would happily spend time in. No, I hate it there. Don't make me go back. Unfortunately, Kei's memories of it are far from happy. There's a secret storeroom up there where they kept the lots for an underground auction. The whole sordid scheme was uncovered just yesterday. An underground auction? What the heck are you trying to say? The President Wong was involved somehow? I don't have any proof, but I certainly think it's a possibility. Yeah, based on what we've seen of him, he totally seems the type. Ugh! He'd never do that! Not the president! Illegal underground auctions? No! He'd had nothing to do with it, nothing. What's gotten into him? I hope you two are feeling lucky. Because when people start saying stuff like that, I start biting. Ah! Huh? She ran away. You know nothing, neither of you. You have no idea how much the people love him, how well respected he is. Is that really true? I guess we know what lurks behind that seemingly respectable public face. But the people of Zhengfa clearly don't. I wonder if I should tell him the truth about his beloved president. No. What good would it do? It would only upset him more. Forgive me, Agent Lang. I didn't mean to upset you. We spoke out of turn, both of us. I can only apologize. Apology accepted. And reciprocated. I'm sorry I got carried away. It's alright, Kei. You can come out now. Sorry. It's fine. It's not you I'm upset with. It's the animal who killed the president. Well, ain't you just a fine figure of a man? All patriotic and such, gotta tip your hat to that sort of thing. Ugh, what are you talking about? Well, I got good news for you, Mr. Patriot. Real good news. What? Ain't no way in heck your pal the president moseyed on downstairs via 51. Really? I was hunkered down in their storeroom the whole dang time, eyes peeled like oranges. Of course. She would have already snuck in by that point. Thanks. That's very useful to know. Well, Mr. Prosecutor. What? Guess my theory still stands, which means I'm not budging an inch. Nobody saw the president after he met with Gavel 2 nights ago. That's a fact. But it's also a fact the body appeared only last night. How could the president have fallen from the roof 2 nights ago and only been found today? It seems a little slow as falls, wouldn't you say? Sure, there are questions that still need answering. I'll give you that. Then I guess there's one thing we could both agree on. Oh yeah? What's that? The question of exactly what happened here yesterday. Will require further investigation. Yeah, I guess all we know for sure is the body and the footprints appeared during the night. Agent Lang, we'd like to hand the body off to the coroner if you don't mind. Fine. He's all yours. Just take care of him, okay? Oh, one last thing. What? We found footprints near the body. I mean, footprints in the footprint, if you will. Little ones in the, big one. Human footprints in the monster print. Interesting. And what kind of prints? Sir, they were child's footprints, about the size of your average elementary school kid. What? Huh? Elementary school? No, it couldn't be. What now? Miss Nichols. Oh, I didn't mean to butt in. Sorry. Was there something you want to say? What's she so scared of? There's something I have to tell you. You'll probably think it was pretty awful of me, but... I'm sure it's nothing you need to be quite so nervous about. Well, what is it? Last night, I came here. What? Ah! You mean you came back to the set? Why? Well, I was worried about him, so I came back to check. Check on Sean, I mean. Sean, the boy. Makes sense. Yes, you see, he stayed behind on his own last night to rehearse. Wow, he really takes the job seriously, huh? Well, this movie is his first lead role, and he's trying so hard to make it perfect. So she might have seen what happened last night. Around what time was this? Let's see, it was already after 10, I think. It looked like it might be about to rain, so I got a little worried and came down. And when I got here, well... You saw something, didn't you? Yes. Sean was there on his own, running his lines. And towering above him, there was this long, like really, really long neck. Neck? Yes, with skin like an enormous worm. It was like a dinosaur. Ooh, you mean it must be Gordy, good old Gordy. You done gave me the slip last time, you slimy lizard, but I got you now. What? Now Gordy's involved too? Yeah, I think he might be. I was as surprised as you are. Although, I guess Sean was practicing being a kid who can communicate with monsters. Hot dang, you're right. He could have been communicating for real with them, being those horned doohickeys of his. Right, but it seemed more like he was kind of looking up and talking right to him. It was like they were friends. It was pretty weird, right? Dang tootin', it's weird. Weirder than a mustache on a mule. How could he have cheated his best monster pal like that? I fear movies and reality might be getting a little mixed up here. You're absolutely certain that's what you saw? Oh yes, but only for a moment. I was so shocked I just turned and ran. Well, how about that, Mr. Prosecutor? Another mysterious beast to contend with. Don't tell me you believe this nonsense, Agent Lang. Haha! The monster angle's neither here nor there. But I think we have a pretty good idea now who we need to speak to next. Young Mr. Fenn. If he really was here last night, then there's a good chance he saw something. My thoughts exactly. The prosecution calls Sean Fenn to the stand. Sean ran off just a moment ago. What? We need to go after him. April 6th, 10:54 a.m. Big building, plaza. Ugh! Where in the heck did he go? Maybe he just went home. You're right. They won't be doing any more filming today after all. Sure, or maybe he went on the lam. Nah, you're just overthinking things, Shirley. He's a child, Agent Lang. There's no way he killed the president. Not on his own. And who said he was on his own, huh? Maybe a monster gave him a hand. Maybe he summoned one of his creature feature pals to help him. Yes, very funny. I'm not saying the kid did it. Not for sure anyway. Not yet. But he's our most important witness right now. And we need to find him. Mr. Edgeworth! Hey, it's Gummy! Oh, He ran away! What was that about? Huh! Well, it just goes to show your police forces can't be trusted. Are you saying you intend to continue investigating the president's murder alone? Yeah, so what? Well, last time we met you, you had about 800 other agents helping you. Sure, but I told you I'm a lone wolf now. You got a problem with that? I don't need lackeys, I don't need friends. All I need are these fangs right here. Keep things nice and simple. No lackeys, no friends. Anyway, catch you both around. Things just got darn interesting. And it sounds like I got my work cut out for me. 2 big beasties on the prowl, holy! It's raining scoops, and if you don't catch at least one, I ain't no shutterbug worthy of the name. Her run animation's so funny. Wow, this got all kinds of complicated, huh? It did. The Taurosaurus footprints were bad enough. Now Gordy. This might as well be a movie. Well, then we'd better get our monster hunting shoes on. I suppose we had. Who's that? That's one of Agent Lang's old team. We've come across a few of them on previous cases, but this one's on his own. Excuse me. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. Long time no see. How come you're not with Agent Lang? Shifu, he's not technically my boss anymore. Really? What happened? You remember that case from a month or so back? The Yatagarasu case. How could we forget? You made kind of a big mistake there. Came out as close to aiding and abetting a serious criminal as you can come, and still keep your job. Indeed, I guess that was pretty close. Well, being Shifu, he took full responsibility. So they disbanded our team. Wow, that's harsh. But it explains why he's now a lone wolf, as he puts it. So, what are you doing here? Well, to tell you the truth, I was worried about him. I think he's been chasing ghosts. Ghosts from 12 years ago, to be precise. 12 years ago? What does that mean? Sorry, I already said too much. I better be on my way. These ghosts of Agent Lang's. Did they have something to do with the case we're currently investigating? Well, looks like everybody left except us. What do we do now? Good question. His heart went off monster hunting, and I guess Agent Lang's busy trying to track down young Sean. Perhaps we should try investigating another angle. What kind of other angle? Somebody needs to go get Judge Gavel's side of the story. Oh yeah, you're right. What did she say again? Please forgive me, but I'd better be on my way. I'm to preside over the trial of Fifi Lagarde in a bit. I guess the trial will be beginning right about now. Indeed, I think we better head down to the courthouse, don't you? Alright, let's go. To be continued. I forgot how much mention of monsters there were in this case. It's kind of funny, they should have called this one the Monstrous Turnabout, not the Monstrous Turnabout from Dual Destinies. Although for Dual Destinies, that monstrous is more about yokai. But we didn't really have like an equivalent English word for yokai besides yokai, so... Things are getting interesting. We're seeing lots of loose threads from previous cases being mentioned. Even the Yatagarasu case from the first game, so let's see where we're going with all this. April 6, 11:23 a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 3. Is the defense ready to proceed? You bet! Bring it on, Big G! The prosecution has been ready for some time. The original attorney in this case, Rosie Ringer, was murdered, while the original prosecutor, Eustace Winnard, has disappeared. So Fender and Franziska have taken over in their places. Very well. Let me begin by apologizing for the delayed start to these proceedings. The crime we are here to adjudicate took place in prison an institution of the judiciary. What's more, the fact the defendant was the warden of said prison carries grave implications. These two factors combined cause pre-trial preparations to take more time than usual. And then, the unfortunate passing of the attorney in charge, Miss Rosie Ringer, delayed the trial yet further. And now we are ready to begin at last. Mr. Fender, Miss Von Karma, the court thanks you both for stepping in at such short notice. It's actually really interesting that we get to see this. One, the fact that we actually get to see a case where it's not the usual judge, someone more competent, I would say, and the fact that usually in an Ace Attorney case, we're defending someone who has been falsely accused. We eventually come across the real murderer, but we never actually see them for their trial, so it's kind of neat that we get to see this here. And within the same game, from like a previous case, episode 2, coming back for episode 5. Hey, no sweat, Rosie was your pal, right? And this was her last case. Couldn't exactly say no, could I? You'll have to bear with me though, gang. Didn't exactly get a ton of time to read the paperwork. How about you, Fran? Everything cool over on your side? It's hardly ideal for the prosecutor in charge of the case to have run off and abandoned it. The justice can't sit around waiting for him to grow a spine. The evidence has just been handed to me, so yes, I am ready. Thank you both. It's also kind of interesting because usually when we look at the courtroom in a regular Ace Attorney game, because of the camera angle, we're seeing it from the opposite side. So now that we're seeing the camera over here, it appears that Fender and Francisca are standing on opposite sides, but they're not because of the way the camera's turned. Very well. Bring the accused, Miss Fifi Lagarde, to the stand. I see she got her coat back together. I invite the prosecution to make its opening statement. Alright, the accused was... Let me stop you right there, darling. What is it, Miss Lagarde? Oh, I was just wondering if you could tell me something. That something being why on earth I'm here. Perhaps the opening statements will clarify that for you. But will they, dear? Really? Fine, carry on if you must. I fully intend to, if you could stay quiet for just one moment. The murder in question happened at the prison where Miss Lagarde worked as a warden. The victim, one Bronco Knight, was being held in the detention center. But the prosecution's case will show Miss Lagarde took him from the holding cells and murdered him. And she did so with this knife. Huh? Is something the matter, Miss Von Karma? How can that... No! The evidence! What gives, Fran? Everything okay? The murder weapon! It's not here! And neither is Bodhidharma's Canis' chisel! What? Say it ain't so! Silence! Silence! Miss Von Karma, explain yourself. I wish I could, Your Honor! No murder weapon, Then what exactly are we all doing here? Really, darling? You shouldn't volunteer to prosecute a case if you can't even keep the evidence safe. I can only work with what the previous prosecutor gave me. Little boy Winner strikes again. Hey, G! What is it, Mr. Fender? Guess we know where this is going, huh? Let's kick this down the road a little further, shall we?
Overruled.
The court hereby denies the defense's request. What? Don't be like that! What's the dealio? She's absolutely right, of course. We simply can't have any more delays. Let's get on and show everybody how wonderfully innocent I am, shall we?
Objection!
Innocent! I'll thank you to take this seriously. Oh, but I am, darling, and you don't have any evidence. You just said so yourself. In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Haven't I heard that somewhere before? And without any, you can't charge me with anything. Isn't that right, Verity, darling? It is. What? What? Without the items in question, the prosecution's case against the defendant cannot proceed. Hey, Light! Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Hey, everyone. It's good to see you. Welcome in. Conductor, hello. Welcome to the stream. Xander, it's good to see you. Celestial, hello, hello. Music Drummer, hello. Welcome in. And Conductor, thank you so much for following me and being a froggy friend. Action Productions, good to see you. Hope you guys are all doing well today. Let me write you a shout out. Please go check out The Lightos. He's an amazing streamer. Oh, thank you so much for the frogs. Thank you, Celestial, for following me. Please go check out Light. He plays a lot of variety of games, including a number of Nintendo games. If you like things like Pikmin, Legend of Zelda, he's got you covered in addition to all sorts of other games as well. He's also just a really friendly guy. Not only does he have a really handsome model, but he has a great community with a great attitude. You need to go check him out. Go follow The Lightos on Twitch and Twitter and YouTube. Go say hi. Thanks so much for dropping by today. Hope you guys all had a good stream with Light. What were you playing today? Queen Azaria, thank you so much for following me. Thank you for being a froggy friend. I'm Kiro, I'm the frog-themed martial artist. We're playing some Ace Attorney Investigations 2, and this is actually the very last case of the second game, so lots of spoilers here. We are only about an hour and a half into this case, so there's still a lot more, but if you do not want spoilers and are wary of that, I totally get it. Otherwise, feel free to sit back and relax, or go take care of yourself after your stream. Thank you for entrusting your audience with me. And Leave and Toast, thank you so much for subbing, I really appreciate it. Oh, you're playing Twilight Princess with crowd control? Oh, that sounds like a lot of fun. I love Twilight Princess. Twilight Princess is so fun. Karu, it's good to see you. You guys gotta check out Karu as well. They're an amazing, not only streamer, but also an artist. You should go check them out. Their art is really, really good. If you like lots of handsome guys with nice bodies, you should go check out Karu. Thank you so much for following me as well, Karu. I appreciate it. So right now, we're just in court right now and listening in on this little trial. So let's continue. As such, this court hereby declares the accused, Fifi Lagarde, not guilty.
Objection!
Whoa, hold the phone there, Hasty Pants. You can't go dropping a verdict just like that. Hey, Juan, thank you so much for following me as well. I appreciate it. Forgive me, but why is the defense objecting to its client being acquitted? Don't be cute, kiddo. You know as well as I do, little Miss Warden over there is guilty as all heck. As for the murder weapon, you were right there when we found it. Mr. Fender, it is incumbent upon this court to see that fair judgment is afforded to all. And as the instrument of the court, I cannot allow my experiences or opinions to interfere with my work. Yeah, thanks for coming by, Light. I really appreciate it. We'll catch you around. I look forward to seeing you play more of this game as well. It was fun watching your stream, playing this game with Kieran. You must think of the Judge Cabal who was present when the murder weapon was found, and the Judge Cabal you see before you in the courtroom today as two entirely different people. Gee, you're kinda killing me here. I have no choice but to pass judgment based on the evidence available.
Objection!
And we have that evidence, just not here. Give me some time, just a little, I'll find it, I swear to you. The prosecution hereby requests a recess. Oh, yeah, the defense also does that too. Come on, Your Honor, don't do us like this. Very well. The court accepts the request. Really, Verity, you won't help anybody bowing to pressure like that, you know. There will be a 15-minute recess. I suggest that both the prosecution and the defense use the time well. Understood. Phew, saved by the bell, huh? Very well. We'll reconvene in 15 minutes. April 6th, 11:38 a.m. District Court. 3rd floor. Lobby. We did totally find that knife, didn't we, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, of course we did. Huh? What's the matter, Detective? It's the metal detector, sir. It's reacting to the alligator. What? How? Metal detector was reacting to something inside her after all. Your Honor, I'd like to remind you of this piece of evidence. The chisel. Huh? Didn't we just figure out that isn't the murder weapon? You might recall that Mr. Kane has hid this chisel in his dog's mouth. Would you believe that the real murder weapon was hidden in much the same way? That's right, the murder weapon is hidden inside the alligator in the pond over there. So, did somebody steal it, or what? You like my bottle? Thank you so much, Juan, I appreciate it. Mr. Edgeworth! Miss Barry, Mr. Saint, are you here to watch a trial? Yeah, we heard it was gonna be a real fun show. Do you know where we need to go? It's a trial for the case I was nearly convicted for. It should be starting any minute now. We were late because of practice, but it's somewhere around here, right? Simeon, there's kind of a problem. They lost some evidence. The knife and the chisel. So they called a recess and kicked us all out of the courtroom. What? But no, they can't. They're not gonna arrest you again, are they? Yeah! Don't say that! No. Ah, gee, I forgot how easy it was to upset you. Huh? How dare he embarrass me like that? Speaking of easy to upset. Francina, Frandarella, chill, okay? Just chill. Come on, put the whip away. That's it. That's it. That idiot of a so-called prosecutor. I'll find him, and I'll make him eat whip for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Ugh! Miles, sir, you gotta calm her down. Kid's gone cuckoo. I guess I better at least try. Oh, I have free movement now. I guess I might as well, since a lot of new people are here in the stream, but all my previous VODs for this game are also up on YouTube, so if you don't want to get spoiled, and you want to check out previous videos, they're all up there as well, in addition to other Ace Attorney games, and JRPGs, horror games, fighting games, mystery games, you name it. Let's start over here. The court is in recess, nobody's allowed to enter. Really? Nobody? The court is in recess, nobody's allowed to enter. But if nobody's allowed to enter, how will the trial even get started again? Ah! I don't know, you got me. You got me good. How do you like that, Mr. Edgeworth? I hit him with a stone-cold contradiction. One that gained us exactly nothing. Silverstar, thank you so much for the sleeveless redeem. Well, thanks to our Kirby lip sync. Kirby's not out right now, though, but I'll take him out. There we go. This is my little mascot, Kirby. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I can't believe the evidence just disappeared. And after we went to so much trouble to find that knife, too. Indeed. In the belly of an alligator, no less. Do you think somebody took it deliberately? I think it's a possibility we would be foolish to discount. Let's ask everybody who's had anything to do with the case. Somebody might have a hot tip to offer us. Yes, I think that's probably a good idea. Oh, thank you, Music Drummer. I'm glad you like the artwork that we get. Was I the only one who thought there was something weird about the trial? Warden Lagarde didn't seem worried at all. You're right. She didn't. It was almost as if she knew the key evidence was missing. Yeah, and Judge Cavell was acting strangely too. Agreed. I wonder if there could be something going on behind the scenes. Where are you going, Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, nowhere. I was just looking at the doors here. I get it. Basic thief work, right? Making sure you know where all the exits are? If you're angling for a position as Yatagrasu's assistant, just say the word. Seeing as it's you, I'll let you skip the written test, and the practical. Basically, the job's yours. Thank you. It's a very kind thought. This couch must be a few years old. It's very well worn indeed. Yeah, right, but who would have worn it? Not worn in that... Ugh, never mind. I think we got our wires crossed there somewhere. There's a sign stuck to the water fountain here. Press the pedal to enjoy delicious ice-cold water. However, Be aware that once you press it, the water won't stop. Use with care. I think this do not use under any circumstances might be a bit more appropriate. Alright, I'm a pretty careful girl. Here goes nothing. Not another step, Kay. All these years since Turnabout Reminiscence and the water fountain's still broken. This shows a list of the trials due to take place in this courtroom. Miss Lagarde's trial features prominently, of course. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, if we don't find this missing evidence... I know, it would be bad for all of us. We need to speak with Franziska and Fender. My first set of statute books. Hey, do you think even I would understand these? But somebody's taken the very first one. If I were gonna read these, I need to begin at the beginning, right? How else would I understand the story? I'm sorry to disappoint you, Kay, but this might be the wrong place to look for a compelling narrative. The court is at recess. Nobody's allowed to enter. Really? Okay, this is the exact same dialogue as if I talked to him. This game has been much better than the first game about the repeat dialogue having the checkmark in multiple places if you can access it from multiple places. But there's still a few instances of it. It's a model of the courthouse. Look how realistic it is. There's something written here. This incredible model can transform into a robot at the touch of a button. Those wishing to see this transformation in action should inquire at the main reception desk. The courthouse model transforms. Mr. Edgeworth. She seems very subdued for once. I thought she'd be excited by something like this. When the model transforms, does the whole building transform too? Okay, there's no possible universe in which that would or could happen. I hope. Courtroom trials sure are fun. There's even an animal tamer performing here today. An animal tamer? But she's a little too grumpy. Might want to think about appealing to the audience a little more. She's so good with that whip. If you're talking about who I think you are, the whip is exclusively reserved for use on humans. Is there nothing we can do to help? Let me see. Oh wait, I have a good idea. If you guys could put on a show here in the courtroom, that would distract everybody. They'd be so busy watching that, they'd have to postpone the trial till later. No, if I do that, they'll arrest me again. No, they won't, it's fine. Courtrooms are nice. If you entertain everybody, there's no way they'll arrest you. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? I really wish you would spout such nonsense with such infuriating confidence. Okay, my sir, you got the old memory back, huh? Sure did. It's me again. You had me worried 6 ways till Sunday. Not that. Other K wasn't a blast too. Anyway, welcome back, kiddo. Bring it in. No. We need to be thinking about this trial right now, okay? Yeah, guess things did go pretty pear-shaped in there, huh? We need to dig up this missing evidence lickety-split. We can't count on them putting the trial on hold much longer. Yeah, it's a stumper, alright. If only some kind soul would offer to go find it for us. That's an expectant look if I ever saw one. Can't help but notice you still haven't asked for your prosecutor's badge back, bucko. Finally decided to come walk in the path of righteousness with me and your old man, huh? The committee has my badge, that much is true. But I haven't given it up just yet. I'm still not ready to walk in my father's footsteps. No, well, it's not like there's a deadline. You do you for as long as you need. The old family office will be waiting to welcome you with open arms when you're done. Thank you, Fender. Oh, it's you. Good morning, Mr. Ex-Prosecutor. Franziska. You should be here, you know. You're not in the right line of work anymore. You should be at home planning whatever it is you need to do with the rest of your life. What are you gonna do, Franziska? You only have 15 minutes. Ugh! Don't you think I know that? And wipe that infuriating, reasonable look off your face. You're like a news anchor calmly reading the news or something. It's utterly exasperating. It's probably better that I don't rise to that. I never imagined you would be the one prosecuting the case, Francisca. Nor did I, but what a case. The murder of a presidential bodyguard. And by the warden of a prison, no less. The murder weapon was probably entered into evidence and everything. And yet, when we went to present the knife to the court, it wasn't there. That imbecile! Not only did he abandon his case, but he made me look like a total fool! Ugh! The next time I see the little coward, I'll whip him into shape if that's the last thing I do. You go ahead and do that, but quit taking it out on the people around him. Yeah, if only somebody would go sniff out that evidence for us. Fine. We'll do it. Way to go, Miles-o! You sure? I'll do what I can, but that might not be much in 15 minutes. Brad and me will buy you as much time as we can, okay? I think I wasted my whole 15 minutes just looking at that little model of the courthouse and thinking about it transforming, though. G won't be banging that hammer of hers until you made it back with the goods, I promise. Thank you. I'll be counting on you, Fender. And you, Francisca. How does that sound? What makes you think I'd accept your help? How about some advice instead? That you seriously consider a new career as a news anchor? Come on, Fran, clock's a tick-tocking here. Time to step up to the plate. Alright. Fine. We will stall the trial for as long as we can. You better get your ex-prosecutor behind in gear. You know, I quite like having you run errands for me. Maybe that could be your new career instead. I'm glad you're on board. I can help too. I don't want to be arrested again. Oh, this sounds fun. Can I play? Alright. That'd be very helpful of you both. Very well. Where shall we begin? I think we need to go speak with a certain somebody, don't you? Who will we need to speak to in order to find out where the evidence went?
Take that!
That's right. The supposed custodian of the evidence in question, Eustace Winner. Oh, the new prosecutor guy? Okay, we're on it. Thank you, Mr. Saint. Alrighty then, think we better huddle and talk about tactics, huh, Fran? Just the two of us. Don't keep me waiting, Miles Edgeworth. I'll try not to. We'll be back as soon as we can. Oh, Franny Poo, wait up now. Alright, we need to find Mr. Winner, and fast. Whoa! Judge Cavell. Ah, Mr. Edgeworth. A pleasure as always. A pleasure? How's it a pleasure? What was all that about just now? Okay, stop it. But Judge Cavell knows that horrible woman is the killer. Why the heck would she... Evidence is the only language that the goddess of justice understands. My own personal thoughts and feelings do not come into it. Is this all Judge Verity Cavell is? You may believe my way of thinking to be heartless, but it is my way. To be this hard and unforgiving? There's something I'd like to ask you, if you don't mind. Please go ahead. What were you doing on the roof of the big building 2 nights ago? The roof. You met the president up there, didn't you? We've seen security footage of the two of you. And is something wrong with that? Only that his body was discovered this morning. Right next to the very same building. What? I think you understand what I'm getting at. You're considered a suspect. What happened between the two of you? Nothing. We simply talked for a few minutes. And when we were done, I left. I took the elevator back downstairs alone. That much we know to be true. As I said, we've seen the footage. What business did you have with the leader of a foreign power? I'm not at liberty to say. I see. Well, I'm not at liberty to leave until I have answers. In which case, there's only one thing for it. She's hiding something, and I have to get it out of her. It's time, people! Judge Cavell met with the president of Zhang Fa the night before last. Yes, I admit it. We met on the roof of the big building. It was simply to discuss professional matters. Matters I'm not obligated to discuss with you. I'm clearly going to have to work hard to get past her professional defenses. If she puts up too much impenetrable facade, I'm probably better off biding my time. I should start by asking what she met the president to talk about. Mind chess, commence! Perhaps you could begin by telling us what you met with President Wang to discuss. As I told you, professional matters. Professional matters which I do not intend to share with you. I'm so glad you understand. I must say, you're a very busy woman. A judge, a committee member, and an occasional aide to us in the field, even. Thank you. I take my professional duties very seriously. And do those duties include meeting with foreign dignitaries? Yes, of course. From time to time. The law is my life. Nothing I do falls outside the scope of my duties. You returned Kay's promised notebook to us just this morning. Surely you can't claim that fell within the scope of your duties. I am not yet a perfect servant of the law. That much is true. No, you are a human being, and that was an act of simple human kindness. You have feelings, Judge Cavell, and you are allowed to have them. About the president's death, too. I can still hardly believe it. If I might ask, how did he die? He was crushed to death by the head of a monster known as Torosaurus. Forgive me, I should probably explain. Is that true? He died on the set of the movie. He did. Interesting you should even know what Torosaurus is. Oh, I imagine I must have heard about it from Eustace. Something about them shooting a movie, somewhere near the big building. She isn't fooling anybody. She's clearly very upset about something. She mentioned Mr. Winner, who seems to have disappeared along with some vital evidence. Perhaps she won't tell us what she discussed with the president. We should try to find out what else she might be hiding. I'm clearly getting under her skin. I need to dig further. Franziska stepped forward to take Mr. Winter's place in the trial. But how is she supposed to prosecute the case if he never handed over all the evidence? My interest is solely in ensuring that a trial proceeds fairly once it has begun. And if once it has, vital evidence cannot be presented, it should surprise no one if the accused goes free. I am a judge, a servant of the law. My personal thoughts and feelings do not come into it. So you have no personal feelings when it comes to Mr. Winter's disappearance? Of course I do. I worry about him terribly too. Wait, too? Does that mean there's somebody else you're worried about as well? I imagine their identity might explain your strangely agitated state. I don't know what you're talking about. I am a servant of the law. My feelings are immaterial. We are all servants of the law, all of us who stand in the courtroom. But we're not superhuman. You, me, everybody else. We're just people underneath it all. Much as we'd like to bury our feelings and remain impartial, that simply isn't possible. You are right, of course. I am no fit state to offer impartial judgment. Please, Judge Cavell, just tell us the truth. What's going on? I'm... What do I do? What do I do? I've never seen her lose her composure like this. I should ask her who this person is she's so worried about. professional mask is finally beginning to slip. Perhaps now I can get to the human being underneath. The person you're worried about, is it Mr. Winner? He has not been seen since he discovered the truth about his father. Of course, I am worried about him, but this could also be a valuable test for him. He chose to disappear, and he could choose to reappear. And the other person you're worried about can't? That's not something I am at liberty to talk about. I don't know what might happen to that poor child if I did. That poor child? Who are you talking about? Nobody. Please, it was nothing. Ignore it. Judging by the look on her face, I definitely shouldn't. I think that might prove to be a valuable clue. This person you're so worried about, is it Torosaurus? I really don't have time for jokes, Mr. Edgeworth. It's not a joke when I told you how the president was killed. You seemed surprised when I mentioned he was crushed by Torosaurus. That was simply shock at learning how he died. And where? A half-built film set on an empty lot. It sounds as if something about where he died is particularly troubling to you. No, that's not true at all. It's just... film sets are places where dreams are made, and instead a great man met his end there. I only hope that the utmost care is taken when the news is shared with the cast and crew. The other question was, are you worried about his box office chances? I'm sorry, but I'm afraid the cast and crew already know. We met two of them at the scene. A crew member and a young actor, Sean Fenn. No! Why would this have to happen? Something about the Torosaurus connection really seems to be upsetting her. I think that might prove to be a valuable clue. Judge Cavell, who are you so worried about? And where are they? My apologies, but I simply cannot tell you that. Time to deploy my clue. So this poor child is missing, and you're desperate to find them. And since you say child, I suppose we're right in assuming this person is a minor. I can't answer, and I won't. It has no bearing whatsoever on the murder of the president. Time to deploy my clue. You seem to get very sensitive every time I mention Torosaurus. The poor child you mentioned has something to do with this movie, don't they? Ah! How did you... You're usually so cool and collected. Your discomfort told me everything I needed to know. Who is this poor child? You have to tell us. Very well. You figured out so much already. I might as well tell you the truth. The person I'm so worried about, the person I'm so desperate to find, is Sean Fenn. Sean? But why? That is more than I can allow you to know. Judge Cavell, you said you would tell us the truth! And if you don't give it up voluntarily, we'll have to force it from you. I'm afraid you're just going to have to accept that. I like how he says we, as in like, me and him. Although he could be talking about him and Kay, but it's like, it's really just you, Edgeworth. I need to get her to tell me why she's so desperate to find Sean. Are you a fan of Sean's, perhaps? Am I? Yes. Yes, I am. I'm an ardent admirer of the work of Sean Fenn, child actor extraordinaire. I heard he was filming near the big building. So I made it my business to learn where the set was, and some other important details. I see, I suppose that makes sense. As a fan, you'd want to know such things. I imagine you would also have tried to learn when he was supposed to be on set. Yes, of course. He said he'd be filming there all day today. You make it sound like you heard that from Sean himself. I don't think he'd be sharing his schedule with a mere fan, do you? No, I misspoke. Ignore me. Every slip of the tongue she makes seems to have to do with Sean. And now we know she's spoken with him. That's an important clue. Do you know Sean personally? He is famous. I doubt there are many people who do not know him. I certainly didn't until today. Then you clearly need to be better informed. Perhaps I could teach you a few things. There is almost nothing I don't know about him. Forgive me. I allowed myself to get a little carried away. That seems to have happened quite a bit when the subject of Sean comes up. Look. I do not know him personally, I simply know a lot about him. Time to deploy my clue. I can understand you're being worried about Sean, but you seem a little too worried. And you implied before that you have spoken to him. Which must surely mean you know him personally. How did I give away so much? So the two of you are acquainted. This is surely an important clue. We're trying to find Sean too. Do you have any idea where he might be? Why would I have any idea about that? The two of us aren't connected in any way at all. Time to deploy my clue. Hey, Cat Schwartz, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for following me, being froggy friend. Welcome in. I don't know what exactly the connection is between you and Sean, but I know for certain it exists. You've as good as told us it does. Please, Judge Cavell, you have to help us try and find him. Help you? That would never be allowed. By whom? The goddess of justice? By the one person who knows where he is. At last. The puzzle pieces are finally starting to fall into place. I know why you're so reluctant to tell us anything about your relationship with Sean. Admit it. He's been kidnapped, hasn't he? Judge Cavell, I need you to tell me the truth. All of it. Very well. This time, I will tell you everything. Your intuition was correct. Sean has been kidnapped. I knew it. Why does that have anything to do with you? That is, Sean is. He's my son. What?! Well, we may not have found out what she and President Wall were talking about. We found out something just as important. Sean has been abducted. Not exactly the endgame I was expecting, but that's checkmate nonetheless. Mind chess checkmate! What? You're Sean's mom? Judge Cavell? No way, come on, you're too young. It's true. I am Sean's mother. Look. A magazine clipping. An article about Sean. You always carry this with you? Yes. Everywhere I go. I guess you could call it some kind of talisman. It certainly speaks to the bond between them. And you're sure he's been kidnapped? Unfortunately, yes. I received a phone call from the kidnapper just before the trial began. Did they make any demands? Only one. The Fifi Lagarde. Be found not guilty. Well, that sort of explains what we saw in there. And without any, you can't charge me with anything. Isn't that right, Verity, darling? It is. Without the items in question, the prosecution's case against the defendant cannot proceed. As such, this court hereby declares the accused, Fifi Lagarde, not guilty. That's why you came so close to declaring her innocent. I have failed in my duty to the law. I am a judge. If I cannot arbitrate with impartiality, I make a mockery of justice. And yet, I tried to force through a ruling based on nothing more but my own self-interest. Judge Gavel, the goddess must be furious with me. But I just couldn't do it. I could sacrifice my son on the altar of justice. I could remain impartial when it mattered most. Of course you couldn't. Are you crazy? Okay. No parent could just give up on their child like that. If that makes the goddess of justice mad, then I'm sorry, but she's wrong. If she really thinks that way, then she's the guilty one. Is that right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes. Declaring the goddess guilty, that's bold. Hey Lork, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by today. And don't worry, I am drinking water between characters when I have a chance. He is right. As I told you though, we all serve the law. We are all also human. And none of us could or should be expected to sacrifice a child for the sake of a verdict. Thank you, both of you. But the trial must continue. There's no escaping that. Plus, this is a 15-minute recess. We've been talking with her for easily 15 minutes or more. Your Honor, there you are. It seems it is time. Judge Gavel! My dad was a prosecutor. He was. Yeah, he used to work in a courtroom just like you do. And I was thinking about what he would have done if he was in your position right now. If a prosecutor were forced to insist that a suspect was found guilty, that would... I know what he would have done. Anything, that's what. He would have done anything to get me back. He would. So what I'm trying to say is, you can trust us. What do you mean? To get him back, to snatch him from the jaws of danger. And the second Yatagarasu, and if you agree to trust me, I promise I'll get him back for you. The thief who steals only the truth, and perhaps one or two other things. Well, Judge Gavel, what do you say? Will you trust the great thief to steal back that which matters most to you? Mr. Edgeworth. I'd like to help too, if that's alright with you. Thank you. I know I am in no position to ask this of you, but please, see that he comes home safely. Oh, we will, don't worry, you can count on us. Here, take my cell phone. Oh, it's so cute! The kidnapper may call again. You'll get it back, along with your son. I promise. I will do everything I can to draw out the trial. But I don't imagine I could give you more than about 2 hours at best. 2 hours? That gives us until 2 p.m. Please, I'm counting on you. And here I thought the great thief was on sabbatical. Well, hold on to your hat, because she's back in business. Alright, let's do this. My first commission. I can't afford to mess it up. In that case, we better start looking right away. Where to begin? Yeah! Where the heck did he go? Maybe he just went home. You're right! They won't be doing any filming today after all. Sure, or maybe he went on the lam. Perhaps we should see if Sean left any clues behind at the big building. Hey, what are you doing giving orders? This is a great thief operation. I'm in charge now. Is that so? Then what am I? You're my assistant. First assistant to the great thief Yatagarasu. Talk about an honor. I've been relegated to thief's assistant. Alright, let's go to work. Team Yatagarasu, move out. April 6th, 12:10 p.m. Big building. Plaza. Alright, here we are. Ready? On 3. Just follow my lead. You'll be fine, okay? What exactly are you talking about? Even in the depths of night. Hey, it's your turn. Keep up, will you? Why are you making me do this? Because the great thief Yatagarasu just arrived at the scene of the crime, dummy. How's anyone supposed to know if we don't announce her appearance? Maybe a thief, but I most certainly am not. Fine, I'll do it on my own. Even in the depth of night, when no other bird dares to take flight, one alone soars to shine, the light of righteousness on the world's blight. And that one is me, for I am the great thief Yatagarasu. I'm very much aware of who you are, thank you. Now, shall we get on with this investigation? You're no fun at all. I like how the music just cuts in and out. We don't have time for fun. We have less than 2 hours, in fact. We'd better get started. Alright, well, we have the photo. Let's show it to a few people. See if it jogs any memories. A very good day to you, Prosecutor Edgeworth, sir. Huh? I'm not a prosecutor anymore, but he doesn't need to know that, I guess. Good day to you too, officer. Can I ask why you've been posted here? Me? Oh, I'm just keeping an eye on things. Excellent. Then perhaps you could tell me if any vehicles have come in or out of here this morning. None except the taxi and the blue truck over there, sir. Only 2 vehicles have come in or out. That could be useful to know. Oh, hey there, pal. Why the long face, huh? Ever think you ought to maybe lighten up a little? Did you take on any passengers here this morning? Does a witch wear a pointy hat? You bet I did. Just the one fare, mind you. And who was the passenger? It was 2 guys. Had all these black suits. Real sharp looking. Did they have a boy with them? This boy? Nah. Like I said, it was just the 2 of them. Alright, never mind. Thank you for your help. I thought we might be onto something there. No luck. Oh, hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Long time no see. Wait, you're... This is Will Powers. He's an action star I met on an old case. He's also the man behind the mask of the one and only Steel Samurai. You say one and only, but then we have the Steel Samurai for the last game. Long time no see indeed. Nice to meet you. I'm Kay Faraday, great thief. Mr. Edgeworth has been working as my assistant. Good to meet you, but... A thief? Mr. Edgeworth has been assisting a thief? Let's not worry about that for now. We'd like to ask you about what happened this morning, if that's alright. Oh, sure. I don't know if I could be of much help to you, but sure. So he'll be one of Sean's work colleagues. I guess we better just dive right in. I heard you were investigating this one, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, yes, but I'm not the prosecutor in charge, of course. But if you're Kay here's assistant, I guess this is her case? No, that's simply... I can see you're an intelligent man. You're right, of course. I'm in charge of this one. Don't encourage her. Alright, I need you to give me some straight answers. First of all, this case. Have you noticed anything weird? I mean, perhaps you give me your impressions. Is that supposed to sound like me? My impressions? I guess my main concern is, no offense to the victim at all, but... Is it all over for the production? Are we done? I can't help but worry. I think it's probably safe to assume you are. At least for now. Right? Oh, I knew it. What a bummer. We don't have the location for much longer either. Because you were due to finish shooting soon. No, because they're due to start building. The lot will be empty for long. They were letting us use it while they got ready to make a start. I guess the plan was to shoot the rest on a lot back at the Global Studios. I've been so worried about everything. What with people spreading all these rumors too. Rumors? Yeah, this journalist keeps coming around. Y'all been hiding real monsters on that set of yours. Y'all can't do that, I'm gonna expose y'all. She's always saying stuff like that. I think I know exactly who this journalist might be. Yeah, the photographer, right? I thought you maybe knew her. But you're not, are you? Hiding real monsters, I mean. Are you kidding? If they had real monsters to call on, I'd be out of a job. So, you've all been working hard on the movie. Yeah, it's the first time I've been on a reboot of an old series. This one's been a real challenge for me and everybody else over at Global Studios. If only they put this kind of energy into making a new Steel Samurai show or something. What role are you playing in this one? Me? I'm Torosaurus himself! No way! You're the star! Well, not quite. I'm in a costume, see? My face won't ever appear on screen. Really? Still, that's pretty amazing. I wish I could wear a costume like that. Hey, do you think I could try it on sometime? I'll settle for just climbing inside one of the hordes. I'd love to say yes, but that's not how it works. You can't really climb inside that part. Oh, I get it. Because I'm an outsider, right? That's not the issue here at all, Kay. Can I ask you a couple of questions about Sean? Sean? Oh sure, Penny told me what happened. He just disappeared, right? Yeah, sounds like him. Does he do that a lot? Yeah, kinda. If we take 5 mid-shoot, you look around sometimes, he's just gone. Do you have any idea where he might have headed off to? Sorry, no. I did see him leaving the set, though. Huh? You did? And where was he headed? He got on the site bus. But I was checking some equipment over, and by the time I looked up, he was gone. Site bus. I wonder if he left any clues behind. Do you mind if we take a look inside the bus, Mr. Powers? Sure, you have to excuse the mess, though. Alright, let's see what we can find. His chest hair is thicker than his sweater. There's an array of filming equipment here. Are you getting ready to shoot something? No, nothing's scheduled for today at this location. It's just a case has gone missing. A case? What is he talking about? Yeah, all that stuff there is normally stored inside a large case. But I look away for 5 minutes, and it's wandered off somewhere. Sounds like there's a thief around here. What exactly was taken? Just the case, as far as I can tell. Why only take that? I would have been more interested in what was inside it myself. I guess whoever took it must have needed the case more than its contents. Did they need to put something in it? Where would Sean have been sitting? Sean? Oh, that's his seat with the backpack on it. There's something poking out of it. A videotape. Huh? We use these over shooting. Why would Sean have one? Was there something he wanted to record? This could be a clue. You have a way for us to check what's on the tape? Sure, there's a couple of monitors set up right over there. Alright, hitting play. It's Sean. Is he rehearsing his lines? Sean was there on his own, writing his lines. There's a clearly visible footprint right there, which means this must be from last night. Yeah, he does this sometimes. But when he's not happy with a scene, he borrows the equipment and goes over it on his own time. Wow, he's really dedicated, huh? Sure is. He may be young, but he takes his craft seriously. You gotta admire it. Well, that part of it at least. The using the kit without asking part, not so much. and he would have been able to use the equipment on his own. Sure, if all he wanted to do was shoot something. Pretty basic. Huh? What is it, Kay? Where did Shad go? He ran off somewhere. I just left the camera running. It stopped. I guess he ran out of tape. So that's all on there? Shad's rehearsal? It's a map of the area around the big building. Let's take a closer look. This is the big building itself. It's where we are right now. It's kinda cool looking, but I still can't quite bring myself to like it. I'm not surprised. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if you never want to come here again. Hey, with this all over, and we have the whole case wrapped up, can we maybe come here just for fun? We can bring Gummy too. You don't let the past drag you down, do you? It's an admirable quality, I guess. Let's think about that later, shall we, Kay? The case isn't over just yet. We can't afford to start making plans for when it's done. No fun. Fine. Let's hurry up and solve this little mystery, shall we? Oh, Tomo! Welcome in. Thank you so much for the bits. Hello, hello. Hope you're doing well today. Thank you for all your support. I appreciate it. Hey Cosita, welcome to the stream. Thanks for the frog sigh. That's gonna hurt tomorrow? Nah, it's okay, I can take it, I'm tough. I'm strong. Thanks for all your support, Tomo, I appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by, Cosita. The Sundown Sanitation Plant. What do they make cleaning products there or something? Sadly not, I think they just incinerate all the garbage the trucks bring back. By the way, Kay, you seem a little antsy. Oh, it's nothing. How'd you see up in that other corner of the map? There's another garbage facility. Indeed there is. I imagine it probably fulfills a slightly different function. There seems to be quite a few such facilities in the area. Yeah, huh. The place is littered with them. Really? That's what you were so excited about? A third-rate pun? I don't really buy into all that stuff. But they do say the light from the sun in the morning gives you more wrinkles, right? And why are we talking about this? Why do you think? Because they called it Morning Tan Park. I'd certainly like to be basking in the morning sunshine without a care in the world right now. There's a garbage processing facility right next to the fishing port here. Did they process garbage they pull out of the sea or something? I guess they might, but I doubt that's all they deal with. So what else? Oh, like garbage that washes up on shore? Shells and fish bones and stuff? Well, who throws that stuff in there in the first place, huh? They should be ashamed of themselves. Did they ever hear of recycling? You can make earrings and necklaces and yeah. Let's maybe talk about this another time, shall we, Kay? Oh wait, that's the same thing. You'll notice a lot of these places have like sun, dusk, morning themed names. That's because of this. So over here in the corner we have Sunshine Coliseum. Sunshine Coliseum is the location that Turnabout Serenade takes place in Apollo Justice. So I guess they just wanted a bunch of places with similar names to match the theme, eh? Sunshine Coliseum. They hold all kinds of events there. Yeah! I wanted to go to the World Thief Symposium, but they cancelled it this year. It was so cool, thieves from all over the planet all gathered in one place. I mean, there was that thing where they arrested pretty much everybody who attended, I guess. And some people did say the whole thing was just a trap set by the police. Yet you still wanted to go. Sean! Sean, you in there? No sign of him either. Kinda thought that basket on the back of the truck there looked suspicious. She's not wrong, it does. Huh? What are you doing, Mr. Edgeworth? Why are you touching the truck? The engine's cold, which means it's been here for a while. No way, you could tell just from that? And if it's been parked here a while, I guess the driver might not be nearby either. We don't really have time to stand around waiting until they get back. It's half past midday already. You think Judge Gavel and the others are doing okay? I'm not sure. How long is it realistically possible to drag out proceedings, I wonder? We have to find Sean! Indeed we do. Aw, heck, not like that, dang it! How do you think we're gonna get us a scoop like that? Sorry, Chief, my bad. How many times I gotta say it? We're scoop fiends! Wild critters will survive on scoops and scoops alone! Every second we ain't scooping, we're starving! It's scoop or die out here! I love how you can see the stark contrast in character designs between these two. Like Lotta being from the very first game, and they haven't changed her outfit. And then we have here Lloyd, who is a new character with a new fresh design. Yes, Chief! Well, look who it is. Although I can't help but wish it wasn't. When did those two get here? Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. We should go talk to them. Should we? Ugh, fine. Miss Lloyd calls you Chief, doesn't she? Sure does, because that's exactly what I am. She's my #1 cub reporter. Sees my unique brand of Shutterbug and caught her eye, so she came to me to learn the trade. It's a Realm Reborn armor versus Endwalker armor. That's funny. She may be a scribbler, not a snapper, but the both of us are hungry for a soup 24/7. And besides, who doesn't want to be called Chief, right? Miss Hart's pictures were what drew Miss Lloyd to her. I suppose it's no surprise this particular chief attracted an apprentice with such unique tastes. Sure, she didn't score no big stories just yet, but she's hungry, boy is she. Hungrier than me, even. Now she wants a Torosaurus exclusive batter and a coyote wants a chicken. She's been turning this place upside down all day looking for leads. She has? Maybe she knows something about the kidnapping. I think we should ask her, don't you, Mr. Edgeworth? Agreed. We all need the help we can get to find Sean. And I can think of one piece of evidence that might encourage her to tell us what we need to know. So now the story of the underground auction is in the bag, what next? Come on, as if you need to ask. Torosaurus, that's what! They done dropped him off right in my dang lap, snuck in upstairs to cover the auction. Then he shows up right on the doorstep and stomps big ol' footprints everywhere for good measure. And do you have a particular news outlet in mind for this big scoop? Ha! Does a bear do its business in the woods? You got me 2 or 3 in mind. They'll all be over this place like a rash. Heck, there's even one right here in the big building. Tabby and me, we're in the outing all there all the time. I mean, mostly on account of how fond they seem to be of throwing us out of our ears, but still. Sounds as if they both had more out than in. Well, if it is my good friend Ruffles, good to see y'all again. And you, Miss Lloyd, but how come you're here if you don't mind me asking? Miss Lloyd, the accusation of murder made against you was of course entirely groundless. But the fact remains you were a willing participant in the staged assassination attempt. The police will no doubt wish to speak with you about the matter. You should be aware you may be punished for your actions. Well, they kinda dropped the whole case out of nowhere. Packed me up and shipped me home without so much as a slap on the wrist. Guess it was all their way of saying, you keep up the good work now. They did seem kinda keen to get me to never ever mention the whole thing ever again though. Yes, because you weren't part of the official story of the attempt of the president's life. And they can't afford to have you getting in the way of that. But Mr. Edgeworth, telling Tabby not to talk is like trying to stop a dam from bursting with a piece of tape. Not exactly the most delicate way of putting it. Wrote up the whole thing, of course. Every last detail plus a few of my own. Handed it to the paper, hopes all high and all. But nothing. Not even a peep. Was somebody putting pressure on them? Or were the details you added a little too gratuitous, perhaps? Both seem equally plausible, unfortunately. Hey, Honeybuns! Welcome to the stream! Thanks for stopping by today. What are you doing here at the big building? Are you reporting on something? Yeah, maybe I didn't make this clear enough with the first time we met. You want a reporter to scratch your back, you gotta scratch hers first if you catch my meaning. You mean you want me to give you something you can use for an article? Bingo! And it better be good. Because if it ain't, this conversation's over. We do need to know what might have happened to Sean. Perhaps I could show her a piece of evidence and see if she has anything to give me in return. Oh, I was kind of hoping we'd have Gavel's phone as a piece of evidence that I could examine. Miss Lloyd, this picture. Say no more, Ruffles, I already know what you're gonna ask. Huh? You do? You're looking for him, right? The kid. What? You just can't get out from under the drama, huh? Wherever he goes, the bodies follow. Miles Edgeworth, trouble magnet. Pretty much sums you up, right? Is my reputation really so sordid? And now you done got yourself wrapped up in a kidnapping too? Crazy. Huh? How do you know about that? Shh! Pipe down, will ya? Can't be talking about this stuff too loud. I even told the chief about it. Gotta keep it on down low, okay? This ain't a cat I want out of the bag just yet. Seriously, how do you know about it? Surely Judge Cavell hasn't told anybody except us. Haha. I bet you'd just love to know, wouldn't ya? Well, you can't. It's a secret. She's as stubborn as ever, it seems. Hey, quit staring at me like that. I ain't sharing nothing with a thundercloud of a face. So, you know something, right? Sure do. Truth is, I done saw it. Little kid being bundled up by two shady characters in black suits. What? Do you know where they went? Nope, don't got a clue. That was kind of far away when I spotted them. Lost sight pretty quick. Dang it. Still, at least we know something about our kidnappers now. Yes, two men in black. So we've learned a little something about the kidnappers. Miss Lloyd saw two men taking Sean away. And the taxi driver remembers giving two similar-looking men a ride. They must be the same people, right? I'd say it's a distinct possibility, yes. But there's one thing that doesn't make sense. The taxi driver said specifically the two men didn't have a child with them. Oh yeah, that is weird. Could it be the kidnappers who stole the case? Wait, you mean... Yes, what if they put Sean inside it? He's little enough he'd fit, I guess. So, the reason the taxi driver didn't see him might be that he was loaded into the truck as baggage. But why did they need to hide him? I imagine they might not have planned to originally. But they didn't count on there being a police presence here in the plaza. Right, that makes sense. They didn't want the officer on duty to see them going off with Sean. So they took a rather drastic measure. That must be it. Alright, let's go see what the taxi driver can tell us. Two men you told us about. Did they have any baggage with them? Boy, did they, a giant case. Wasn't easy getting that thing in the trunk, I tell ya. That settles it. That must have been the kidnappers. Where'd you take these two men, if you don't mind me asking? Look, I can see this is important. How about I give you a ride there? That's a great idea. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. Alright, thank you. Hey, my pleasure, folks. April 6th, 12:57 p.m. Unknown location. Ugh. Do you have to drive that fast? I feel kind of queasy. Are you okay, Mr. Edgeworth? You look a little green yourself. I'm fine. Driver said he took the men to the garage of this house right here. Which means this must be where they brought the case. No way! Look at the name on the mailbox. The name. What? Excelsius Winner. This must be the chairman guy's house. I love how goofy he looks in this, like, little portrait cut. What? Excelsius Winner ordered Sean's kidnapping. Isn't he currently under arrest? Nice, the garage door's unlocked. You spotted that quickly. Although I guess I probably shouldn't be surprised. Smells of engine oil in here. I guess Winner Senior must be something of a motorhead. Anybody home? No? Anybody? What are we, Kay? Common house thieves? You take that back. We're great thieves. Don't let me ever hear you say different. Have some self-respect, Mr. Edgeworth. She didn't like that at all. Anyway, it seems nobody's around, which hopefully means we're not at risk of being arrested. Don't let your guard down just yet. We've only just getting started here. Now, let's find us some treasures. Aren't we supposed to be looking for Sean? Yeah, suddenly the goggles make more sense, right? Oh, hey, Karu, thank you so much for the stretch as well. You guys are home. Make sure you take the chance to stretch out your joints to make sure you're happy. Make sure you're sitting straight up in your seat. Wait. Why isn't the stretch and Kirby going off? It was working earlier. Oh, there we go. It's just delayed. Welcome in, Hikaru. Thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you for the sleeveless redeem too, Sai. No way, this bike is super cool. There's even a skull over the headlight. I suppose it's designed so the eyes light up when you turn on. Really? Wow, I'll bet it's still nothing compared to when you get that steely glint in your eyes. My eyes don't actually light up, Kay. Look at these huge bags of flour, Mr. Edgeworth. If we had some water in a rolling bin, we could make us some delicious fresh noodles. I like them nice and firm, don't you? You have to boil them just the right amount. It's not flour, Kay, it's cement. If you mix it with water, it will become very, very firm indeed. Really? Wow. Cement noodles. Yeah, those would probably stick in your throat, huh? Just a little, Kay. Just a little. There's a sledgehammer, a shovel, and a bunch of other heavy-duty tools here. That thing makes Judge Cabell's hammer look puny. If I ever became a judge, I'm getting one like this. I doubt you'll make yourself very popular swinging one of those around in a courtroom. Really? Fine. What if I swung that shovel around instead? Then it wouldn't be a courtroom, it would be a circus. Promise me you won't do that. I think we know what this is. Yes, this has to be it. The equipment case that Mr. Powers told us was stolen. They folded little Sean up, packed him in there, and shipped him all the way here, huh? He's a boy, Kay, not a piece of equipment. And it's possible he's still here. Then we better find him! My reputation as a great thief is riding on this, and yours as my assistant. Surely it is. Look, a treasure! These are mechanic's gloves. They're designed to be worn when fixing vehicles or working with machines. They're covered in oil. It looks like it must be from a machine too. And strangely, dirt. An awful lot of dirt. I doubt they would have gotten it like this from motorcycle maintenance. I hate the guy, but I have to admit, I like his gloves a lot. You think we could maybe come up with a good excuse to, borrow them? I was about to take them into evidence, but now I'm not so sure that's a good idea. Huh? There's somebody in the back there. Sean, is that you? Sean, stay right there. We're coming. Huh? That's... But... Mr. Winner? What? What's he doing here? Wait, this is Chairman Winter's house, right? Which means... Yes, it's Mr. Winter's home too, presumably. So how do you wind up like this? Untie him, Kay, quickly. A little expert rope work, huh? Leave it to me. Alright, like this, and this, and through here, and you're free. Are you okay, Eustace? Cue the circus music. It looks like he's been through hell. How did you come to be tied up down here? I don't know! You found me! Why didn't you tell me? Because we don't know, which is why we're asking. I'm not sure you're going to be able to get much out of him like this. No. In which case, there's only one thing for it. Wait, you mean... I hate to beat a man while he's down, but it might be the only way. Are you sure? Look, don't go too hard on him, okay? You might push him over the edge. Understood. I'll tread carefully, I promise. Though I can't promise I'll be very good at it. I've never held back against my opponents before, after all. Last time we saw him, he was running out of the courtroom. How do you wind up here? You don't understand! You don't know what it's like being me! He's been through a lot. It's gonna be hard to know what might cause him to lose control. In which case, I guess I may just have to quietly listen to what he has to say. Why me? Why am I always the last one to know? The butt of every joke! He clearly has questions. I'll have to do my best to try and answer them. He's also clearly in no fit state for this. I'll need to try and finish this quickly. I should figure out what he needs to hear and try to calm him down. Mind chess. Commence! The other option was, you failure of a human being. Just take a deep breath and tell me what's on your mind, Eustace. No, I will not! Even if I did, it's not like you'd listen to me. I can pretend to listen. Some of these auctions are so funny, I'm really tempted to pick some of them. But we're on a time crunch here. What is this? Why aren't you shouting? Objection! You always shout objection! Interesting to note, this is the only time in the entire Ace Attorney series so far where they've played the objection soundbite without showing the speech bubble. What? You're really gonna listen to me? Learning the truth about your father can't have been easy. I can only sympathize. That wasn't the hard part! The hard part was losing everything I ever had in a single morning! Everything I thought I worked for! It was all a lie! Dad just made it happen! So tell me, Edgeworth, what am I supposed to believe in now? You can lose faith in everything but yourself. That you have to believe in. You don't have to do it alone. Experience I can't give you, but knowledge, that I'm happy to offer. Oh, I had some time to think while I was tied up like that. And I realized something. I'm not cut out to be a prosecutor. I'm incompetent. I don't even know the right word. I think the word you're looking for is incompetent. But judging one's own competence is notoriously difficult, so I need you to trust me on something. You're getting better at this, Eustace. Day by day, inch by inch, I swear it. Oh! Now I need to ask you something. Will you help me out? Sure. What do you want to know? Well, first of all, thank you for calming down. Next, I want you to tell me about your kidnapping. I need you to be as detailed as possible, Eustace. Tell me everything you remember seeing and hearing. Why would somebody kidnap you only to take you back to your own home? Don't you think I want to know that too? I'm the victim here. Why are you asking me for? How am I supposed to know? They locked me up in that box and then locked me up here. I was scared. So scared. And did you happen to overhear anything your kidnappers might have said? I think one said, if you want to blame somebody, blame the guy who owns this house. The owner of this house. That's your father's, isn't it? Is it? I guess it is, huh? Oh, I get it. The kidnappers were people who hated my dad. That's not it. At least not based on what else we know of the situation. There was some kind of link between the kidnappers and Winter Senior that could be a clue. Do you have any idea who your kidnappers might have been? No, of course I don't. If I did, I have told you already. Time to deploy my clue. Your captor wanted you easily at hand, and what could be more convenient than one's own home? I hate to break it to you, Eustace, but the kidnapping was ordered by your father. What? You don't think he wanted me out of the way? That he was going to kill me? Just a reminder too, if you guys have already played through this game, just be careful what you say in the chat so it's not spoilery for other people, and that could include talking about game mechanics or like emotions that you are about to feel, because that could also change one's perspective of how they play through the game. But luckily I've already gone through this, but I want to keep it a fresh experience for anyone else who's new. What good would it have done him? His own son, dead in the family garage, he would instantly have become the prime suspect. You're right. Okay, so why did he have me kidnapped? Well, it won't have been for a ransom, not his own son. That wouldn't make sense. So his motive for the kidnapping must have been something else. This could be an important clue. You have any idea why somebody might have wanted to kidnap you? What do you mean? Why does anybody kidnap anyone? For a ransom, right? Time to deploy my clue. Why would somebody kidnap their own child if they're planning on demanding a ransom? Yeah, that is kind of weird. Did anything odd happen during the kidnapping? No, I just answered their stupid question, and then they grabbed me. The other option was you made it easy for them. Their question, what did they ask you? Stop glaring at me like that! What was it again? Oh yeah, they asked me if I knew Gavel. Of course. Things are starting to fall into place now. Your father, his goal wasn't to kidnap you. He was out to kidnap Judge Gavel's son, Sean Fenn. Because he wanted to force her honor into declaring Warden Lagarde not guilty. Wait, Gavel has a son? And it was also Lagarde would be found not guilty? I think you were mistaken for Sean, and that's why you were kidnapped. What? You mean I went through all that? By mistake? Wait, that kind of makes sense. Yeah, that would explain the part where... Where what? Have you remembered something? No, it's nothing. Yeah, I'm nothing. I'm useless. Meaningless. Just go. Leave me alone. This isn't good. I think I pushed him as far as one can reasonably be pushed. I have to calm him down and get him to tell me what it is he just remembered. Poor Eustace, not even wanted by the kidnappers. I do get, like, a lot of people like his character because, like, the whole, like, sad puppy thing. Judging by his fragile demeanor, I'd say he's still suffering considerably. I need to help him get back on his feet. You remembered something just now. What was it? I didn't remember anything. All I remember is... him! We're giving him a therapy session. Him. You mean your father? No, I didn't mean to bring him up. I'm nothing compared to him. I'd never have made Prosecutor if he didn't help me. I've been wanting to ask about that for some time. Why did you become a prosecutor? What do you mean? You think it too, don't you? That I wasn't meant to be one? I'm not good enough? Say something, will you? You chose this path. Why? You must have a reason. It's not like that. There's no big reason behind it at all. The reason's stupid and dumb and not important. Like I said, it's stupid. It probably doesn't mean much to anybody else except me. I've often felt the same about my own reasons for becoming a prosecutor. Really? You have? But you're a real one. A real good one. A success. Even my dad, the chairman of the committee, said so. You wanted your father's approval. I can well understand that. You can? I thought if I became the best prosecutor out there, he'd finally accept me for who I am. I just wanted to not be useless. You're not covering for your father in any way, are you? What? No, I won't cover for him ever again. I mean, why would I after all he's done? You have a strong desire to be of use to him, so he'll approve of you. Is that fair to say? I mean, why can't I be? Just once in my stupid life. Why can't I make it better? Why can't I clean his name? It isn't possible to clean a name, Eustace, but you can clear one. Huh? I never knew that. In your father's case, though, it's gonna be hard. His crimes continue as your kidnapping shows. Knowing that, do you still think you can help him? But what else do I have? What else am I supposed to do? Why don't you be the better man and rise above the father who made a fool of you? Stare him straight in the eyes and stop him from committing any more crimes. Hey, you're right. I'll prove him wrong about me. I'll prove him wrong about everything. That seems to have calmed him down again. Now I just need to get him to tell me what happened to the evidence. Let's see if I can't get him the courage he'll need to stand up to his father. What's the connection between your father and Warden Lagarde? Sorry, I don't know much about that. You can't think of anything. Even the smallest morsel could be a valuable clue. Oh, I think they maybe worked together once. And, And? What is it? What else have you remembered? I think she got the job at the prison because my dad recommended her. Interesting. And did he have any particular reason to recommend her? I guess he thought she was good at her job, unlike me. I think they knew each other from back when he was the chief prosecutor. What was he like back then? Was he different at all? Oh, he was amazing. There wasn't a piece of evidence he didn't know, or a case file he hadn't read. An intimate knowledge of cases, and the evidence pertaining to them. That could be an important clue. Key pieces of evidence from the Lagarde trial failed to make it to the courtroom. As the prosecutor in charge, they were your responsibility. Did you misplace them somehow? No, that's not what happened. You haven't heard my side of the story. I thought I was putting them in the safest place there was. But, what did I do? What did I do? Seems he's drowning in his own self-doubt again. Guess I better send out a lifeboat and bring him in. I think I know what you thought would be the safest place possible. With your father, isn't that correct? What? Ah! He told me it would all be safe with him. He said there was nowhere safer. Well, I'm afraid he betrayed your trust, and in the ugliest way possible. So he got rid of it? Why, Dad? What were you thinking? Your father wanted to obscure the truth in order to ensure that Warden Lagarde was declared innocent. There's no easy way to say this, Eustace. He used you. What? No! There's a chance that the evidence is still in Chairman Winter's possession. And we still don't know where Sean is. We need to get back out there and find him. It's all my fault. What do I do now? I can't stand by and watch him like this. He's had a brutal collision with a reality he never even knew existed. I should ask him what he means to do now. Perhaps I could even help him figure that out. There's no way around it. The road ahead will be a hard one. But maybe this is fate. And maybe my job is to point him in the right direction. Do you mean to be like your father? To continue to ignore the truth? Come on, give me a break, will you? Can't a guy get a glass of human kindness when he needs one? Are you talking about the milk of human kindness? I'm afraid that's not quite how the phrase is used. Huh? It's not? Listen, talking with you like this, it's helpful for me too. There was a time where there were truths I didn't want to face up to either. But a good friend taught me the error of my ways. That's nice, but I don't have anybody like that. If you can muster the courage to try to find your feet again, I'd be very happy to help. You would? But only if you were really mean to try. I don't want to be like my dad. You want to be better than him, don't you? Yes, Eustace, I see it now. Do you mean to continue working as a prosecutor, Eustace? I don't even want to think about that yet. After all, I only ever became one because of my dad. I probably shouldn't even think about carrying on, should I? The only person who can answer that question is you. Only you can decide what path you choose to walk. Then, I don't want to stop being a prosecutor. If I give up now, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. I just know it. So he intends to see this through. I'll bear that in mind. He's told me he wishes to be better than his father, and that he wishes to remain a prosecutor. I take it to mean that he wants to be a different kind of prosecutor than his father. That's the first important decision he's ever made for himself, and tells us where he means to go next. So what now, Eustace? Well, first I'm gonna give this stupid jacket back. I don't deserve to wear it. My dad always said that clothes make you a man, but I'm no man. Its clothes make the man, Eustace. Oh, it is? Thanks, Edgeworth. I'm learning a lot from you today. That's good to hear. Now, about that jacket. Why don't we make you into a prosecutor worthy of it? Alright, let's do it. Let's make it so nobody ever makes fun of me again. Oh, they'll still make fun of you. But how? How do I get there? Tell me, what do I need to do? I just don't know. I just don't know. If only he'd remembered his own words from a few minutes ago. The decision he made should serve as a good guide as to what he should do next. You want to remain a prosecutor, but walk a different path from your father, correct? It won't be easy, but the path you've chosen is the path of a true prosecutor. And now that you have chosen it, when the time comes, you'll know exactly what to do. Ugh! You're lucky. I myself still haven't quite decided what to do with my life. But you have, and it's a choice you made all on your own. Now all you have to do is believe in yourself, and in the path you've chosen. Ah! Mistaken for Sean and kidnapped by his own father's underlings. And losing his belief in himself as a prosecutor after his father stole his evidence. He's been through so much in the span of a single day. More than I can imagine. Well, it took a little longer than I thought it would. That's checkmate. And Edward started this out with like, this'll be quick, and then it turns out to be super long. This gives me the same energy as like, I think it was in Bridge to the Turnabout, where Larry, of all people, has like the most Cyclocks you've ever seen, and you're like, this idiot. No. Wow, I don't think I've ever seen him move so fast. He's particularly speedy when it comes to running away from things, it seems. April 6th, 1:15 p.m. Big Building, Plaza. We don't have much time left. I think we better check in with Fender. He won an update on what we discovered. And we need to know what's going on over at the courthouse. But Eustace ran off, right? Isn't he supposed to be the prosecutor in charge? We're just updating Fender. Nothing else will change. Francisco will continue for the prosecution. Okay. Is that really alright, though? It's going to have to be. Like you said, Eustace ran off. Look, I hate to be a stickler for the details, but let's just go over this one more time, shall we? No murder weapon means no conclusive proof, means no conviction. That's all there is to it.
Objection!
That makes no sense. The lack of a murder weapon doesn't prove your client's innocence. Don't make me come over there and whip it into you. Ugh! Eddie, darling, how much longer is this going to take? It's almost as if you're trying to drag this out for as long as possible. Sorry, thieves. That's our friend the prosecutor over there. She's stubborn as a freaking mule. Then give me a satisfactory explanation. I'll just have to keep whipping you until you can. Seriously, I've already taken more licks than I've had birthdays. Come on, Miles, what's taking so long? I had to buy you some time and all, but I'm taking a beating here. Oops, sorry, G, this one's important. Mind if I take it? Fine. I like how all the seats in the gallery look empty because they didn't actually like draw people in there. Fender. Mazarino, boy am I ever glad to hear your voice. How are things on your end? We found Eustace. Sweet! And the knife? And the chisel. Unfortunately, he entrusted both to his father's care. Which means Chairman Winner is the only person who knows where they are. Chairman Winner? But why would he? We're not quite sure of the specifics just yet. But we do know Chairman Winner and Warden Lagarde have some sort of connection they'd rather others didn't know about. Gotcha! Alright, guess the next move will be to get Excelsius Winner on the stand. Best to hear the deets from the proverbial horse's mouth, right? I'll keep looking for the missing evidence. And for Sean. Well, shake a leg, will you, big guy? Can't keep this one from going to the judges much longer. We're a gnat's whisker from a verdict here. Understood. I wonder how long Judge Gavel's nerve can hold. This can't be easy for her. We need to hurry. How are things going over at the courtroom of doom? They're gonna call Chairman Winner to the stand. Who knows how that will go for them. Yeah, he's already stooped to evidence stealing and kidnapping. What else is he capable of? Exactly. Perhaps we should look over any evidence we have relating to him, just in case it might help. Good idea! Alright, leave it to me. Presenting a hot new piece of evidence, fresh from the evidence oven. The gloves we found in his garage. Yes, I was thinking about those. Anything else? What about the case file from the IS-7 incident? Chairman Winter was involved in that, right? Yes. He helped suppress the evidence. It's probably a good idea to have the notes on hand. Excellent. And do we have anything else? We sure do! Last but far from least, there's this! Your Yatagarasu pin. Okay. I asked for evidence related to Chairman Winter. Can you please try and take this seriously? Says the guy who spends his life presenting people with evidence that has nothing to do with anything. Ugh! That's... different. Wait, that's... Eustace. Huh? Or, huh? Hey, what are you doing here? Ah! Rude? He totally ignored me. What was he doing in the big building? I wonder. Let's go inside and see if we can figure out what he was up to. Yes, good idea. The hatch is wide open. Maybe Eustace opened it. Did Eustace really come down here? Mr. Edgeworth, look! The safe, it's open! I guess maybe he did come down here. We better take a closer look. Should I re-examine everything? I doubt there will be much point descending to the committee chamber right now. A secret elevator and a secret ladder in a secret storeroom. Whoever built this place sure loves secrets, huh? Certainly seemed to. You think that's important somehow? Sure do. Us great thieves love secrets too. We're almost as good as hiding stuff as we are stealing it. But don't worry, I won't go to your house and hide your Persian slippers, I promise. What? I don't even own any! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, we found Eustace. But there's still no sign of Sean anywhere. Where could he have been taken? I think the only way to find out will be to ask around and see if we can unearth some clues. We also need to see if we can find the missing murder weapon while we're at it. We saw Eustace coming out of the big building, right? Maybe there's something here. Yes, he might have come back to look for something. We should look around, but remember, we don't have much time. Here we are again, back in the storeroom. I can't believe we were only here yesterday. Or that I lost my memory. Hey, I didn't notice at the time, but this place is a real treasure trove, huh? I'm warning you now, Kay. Do not touch anything unless you absolutely have to. I won't, I promise. We should take a look around and see if anything's different from when we were here before. Come on, investigation time. I wonder if she's right. Is anything different? Look at this! A giant monkey head, and the monkey has a top knot. It's the mascot of Global Studios. It showed up in a previous case of mine. Oh, I think I've heard of him. Mr. Monkey. Yeah, that's it, Mr. Monkey. Close, Kay, but it's not quite. I think you'll find it's Mrs. Monkey. Huh? Is that so? A shame. Mr. Monkey. Sounds way cooler, don't you think? It's the money from the underground auction. Perhaps it would be better if Kay didn't see it. Stealing money is kind of the big thing with thieves right now. There are trends in thievery. But don't worry, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm no fashion victim. I'm my own great thief. They broke the mold when they made this Yatagarasu. And I guess we better let her continue to believe that stealing money is the latest thing. The legs are 4 human figures holding up the tabletop in the center. It's certainly bold. And it would certainly keep you safe if you hid underneath it during an earthquake. Tons of stuff could fall on top of it, and it still wouldn't break. Yes, and then you'd be trapped in the company of these 4 strange fellows. Oh, it wouldn't be me trapped under there. Great thieves mostly work outdoors. So it'd probably be you down there, trying to think of what to talk to them about. Why don't you get under there and practice a few lines? No, thank you. This is the transceiver Killer contacted us on. This is Yatagarasu. Repeat Yatagarasu. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. Over. What was that? We've successfully infiltrated floor 51 of the big building. Over. Transmitting my position now. I'm standing right next to you, Kay. There's no need to transmit anything. No way! You got here already? How'd you do that? I have no idea what you're talking about. Can you please get back to the investigation? Request to regroup and reconnoiter, duty received. Can do, over. Good. Let's get to it. Roger that, over and out. Let's see, that's 1, 10, 100. What exactly are you counting, Kay? The zeros on the sign here. 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, a million. So that's 2,400,000. 2,400,000 pounds? This must be the heaviest statue in the world. Heavy enough there would be nothing but a hole in the floor if that were really true. Oh, come on, don't you want to talk about your suitcase? They wrapped this box in chains so nobody could open it, huh? Or they wrapped this box in chains so nobody could open it, huh? Yes, as you can see. So I wouldn't just need my rope craft skills to escape, I would need to learn some chain work too. It's hard being a great thief these days. Thief problems. Now there's a type of quandary I'd never thought about before. Doesn't take a genius to spot there's something missing here. Indeed. The Jammin' Ninja mask you were found with. I hope the events of 2 nights ago aren't weighing on you too heavily, Kay. Yeah, masks down here, a cotton candy store up above. All we need is a Ferris wheel and a rifle range. We've got ourselves a fairground. Oh, that's what you were talking about. Seems I needn't avoid it all. Don't you just love climbing up and down ladders? Go 2 rungs at a time, you'll be up top in a flash. We're not going anywhere until I've taken a closer look at the safe over there. Well then hurry up and look! We got ladder climbing to do. Trust Kay to get her priorities exactly the wrong way around. Okay, now we can finally look at this. There's some stuff left in the safe. I think we better take a look, don't you? The owner will just have to forgive our prying. Is that a document of some kind? Let's see. Yeah, a document. And there's a photo attached too. This picture, it's of... Whoa, that's Mr. Knight, right? The name's Bronco Knight. I'm the president's personal bodyguard. Why is there a picture of him here? And what's this paperwork about? I'm not sure. Let's take a closer look. You were right, darling. There's some sort of connection between Knight and Canis. As you know, we've been trying to find out who Canis plays his silly correspondence chess games with. Well, now we know. I'll be pulling Knight into my office for a thorough grilling tomorrow. And I'll make that worm admit he's Canis' lackey if that's the last thing I do. So you do your bit too and retrieve the package we laid to rest 12 years ago. I'm sure it's still right in front of the planter where we left it. Seems to be some sort of report on Knight. Yeah, and it must be from right around the time he was killed. We know that Knight was killed while being interrogated in the prison warden's office. I think we can safely assume this document was written by Fifi Lagarde, don't you? I'd say so. But who was it written for? Oh, I guess whoever owns the safe. I'd say that's likely to be the auctioneer, Excelsius Winner himself. Proof that they really did know each other. Indeed, and not only that, it proves another connection. Huh? Lagarde and Winner were trying to flush out Mr. Canis' henchman. Oh, you mean Bodhidharma Canis, right? The assassin guy with the soft spot for dogs? Yes, something links the 3 of them. Something they don't want anybody to know. But what? I don't know yet. I suspect it has something to do with the case. Wait, there's something else in here we've seen before. There's something on his finger. Let's take a closer look, Mr. Edgeworth. It's a ring, an expensive looking one at that. Don't even think about it, Kay. What? I didn't say anything. Well, well, Mr. Knight. Your chess set and your ring are here too. All your possessions in one place. So basically the safe was full of evidence from the murder at the prison. It would seem so. Which means the missing knife and chisel must be here too. Knife, chisel, Huh, no dice. There's something else here apart from Mr. Knight's. There's nothing else here apart from Mr. Knight's stuff. Really, curses. Knight may be dead. Curse you, Edgeworth! Our game isn't over yet. He left unfinished business behind him. I think we need to find out what it was. Could I interest you two in some cotton candy, perhaps? Huh? I have ice cream too, but if I recall correctly, you weren't much of a fan. You! The killer! It's wonderful to see you looking so well, Mr. Edgeworth. What are you doing here? It's just as I said. I'm selling cotton candy. Can I really not interest you in some? Parting Clouds, it's called. Very apt. Sweeter than death itself. And so delicious, you'll feel you're parting the clouds en route to heaven. He's the last person on Earth I'd accept candy from. I was hoping to ask you about my little message. Did you manage to figure it out yet? Congratulations on another case solved. Yet I can't truly say it's been fully resolved, can you? Have you been watching us this whole time? Watching you? No. I prefer to think I've been watching over you. The stand here really is the most marvelous little vantage point. How are the two things any different? And what does he want with us? The president's murder. Was that you? Oh no. My contract elapsed a little while ago. He was rather famous among us assassins, you know. The man no one could kill. Notoriously stubborn, despite multiple attempts over the years. And it wasn't just his brawn that kept him safe. He used bodyguards, body doubles, you name it. It certainly wasn't his brawn that kept him safe. Sadly, this time his bodyguards were nowhere to be found. And after Mr. Rook died to save him too! As I said, it wasn't me. I do not kill without a good reason. Which is something else I have to be grateful to Mr. Rook for. Thanks to him, I avoided killing someone entirely unworthy of my attention. Thanks to... What does that mean? The person who hired me deliberately misled me as to the identity of my target. A betrayal of trust for which I won't soon forgive them. That is why I'm currently doing all I can to track them down. And do you know what I think? I think you and I are looking for the same person. Is he talking about whoever it was that killed the president? And who is this person, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, come on. I can't tell you that. It's against the rules. Revealing the identity of a client is out of the question. I'd hardly stay in business long if people couldn't trust me now, would I? But that doesn't mean there's anything to stop me from catching up with them in my free time. And what are you gonna do when you find them? Why, dish out a little justice for the betrayal I suffered, of course. What? What are you saying? What's going to happen to them? I think you can imagine. Well, this hasn't exactly been a pleasant catch-up. Ah, but I shouldn't leave you completely in the dark. There's something you ought to know. Our mutual friend, Bodhidharma Canis. He escaped 3 days ago. What?! Three nights ago, to be precise. His cell was suddenly simply empty. Almost as if he knew I was coming to pay him a visit. Wait, the killer went to visit Canis in prison. Does that mean he's the person the killer's looking for? Now, I better not take up any more of your time. We'll be seeing one another again soon, I'm sure. Let's both keep up the good work, shall we? We'll run our target to the ground in the end. First the killer, now Canis. Two assassins on the loose. Huh? That sound. Mr. Edgeworth! It's Judge Gavel's cell phone! This is so cute. Gavel's ringtone is the Torosaurus theme. That's so cute. Could it be Sean? How's it going, Miles? Whoever it is using a voice changer. Who is this? It's your friend, in the red raincoat, of course. Red raincoat? You're the one who abducted Kay! Bingo. Well figured out, Mr. Genius Prosecutor. I can't hear Mr. Edgeworth! Sorry. Where's the speakerphone button? I was as surprised as anybody when she lost her memory like that. Talk about a curveball. Hey, I'm standing right here, you know. But never mind all that. I called to talk about something else. Yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Truth is, I was the one who made Big Bad Chairman Winner kill Little Miss Rosie Ringer. What? This must be the person the killer was talking about. I also called to say thank you. I neither want nor need your thanks. Sure, but you deserve them anyway. Guess the penny didn't drop yet, huh? You're right, I abducted Kay, as you put it. But why would I do that, That's right, because I needed you to help me make sure that Winner got caught. No! If Kay was a suspect, you'd have to look into it. And if you looked into it, you'd be sure to unmask him eventually. After all, you are a genius, right? Everything worked out exactly as I planned. Oh, but there's something else you should know. Something you didn't figure out yet. It wasn't Winner who kidnapped Judge Gabel's boy. Huh? You! How do you know about that? You and the good judge are more similar than you know. I think you might even be becoming friends. After all, she visited you at the detention center, right? Seems pretty pally to me. How could they possibly have known about that? She didn't even use her real name when she visited. She pretended to be Detective Gumshoe. Anyway, you want to know how I knew about the kidnapping? That one's nice and simple, at least. Because sweet, innocent little Sean is here with me right now. What? No! Oh, sounds like that one was a real surprise. Ah, if only I could see your faces. Well, Kay? What do you say? Why don't you come and steal him back? Just as you said you would. You wouldn't want the amazing Yadagarasu's first commission to be a failure, would you? They even know about that? How could they possibly know so much? Oh, don't get the wrong idea about dear old Excelsius, by the way. Papa Winner's still a villain through and through. He wanted to kidnap Sean. I just got there first. So there were 2 kidnapping plots. Oh, what a bunch of clowns. This goon's kidnapped his own son by mistake. Sean really there with you? Prove it! Put him on the phone! Oh, he's here, but I'm afraid I can't do that. He's sleeping. So sweet. Then why should we believe you? You might not be the kidnapper after all. Look. If you don't want to believe me, that's up to you. What do you want? What's the end game here? Are you just trying to get Lagarde acquitted? No. I could care less about whether they find her guilty or not. So whoever it is, they're not after the same thing as Chairman Winner. My endgame is going to have to stay a secret for now. Alright. Nice talking to you. You kids have fun, okay? Don't think for 1 second you'll get away with this. Oh, don't worry. I'm counting on you to at least try track me down. That'll be half the fun. Not that I rate your chances of bringing me to justice very highly. Ugh! Who was that? I wish I knew, but they didn't give us enough to figure that out. Deliberately, I imagine. What? So we really have nothing to go on? That's not fair! They sure knew a whole lot about us. Indeed, they did. You're right. It was uncanny how much they seemed to know. How is it possible they were party to so much that happened in private? Right? They knew everything about the whole kidnapping situation, too. We need to figure out how. Where were they getting their information from? Let's consider this carefully. What were the things they knew? You and the good judge are more similar than you know. I think you might even be becoming friends. After all, she visited you at the detention center, right? Seems pretty pally to me. You wouldn't want the amazing Yatagarasu's first commission to be a failure, would you? They even know about that? Oh, sounds like that one was a real surprise. Ah, if only I could see your faces. That's it! Based on the specifics they mentioned, there's only one possible answer. I've got it, Kay. I know how they knew. Huh? Really? Whoever it was, they must have been able to hear us somehow. It's the only possible answer. Looks at the camera. It was you, the player character! You've been with us the whole time! What? Like they were eavesdropping on us? Think about what the kidnapper said. Oh, sounds like that one was a real surprise. Ah, if only I could see your faces. If only I could see your faces. That means they couldn't, so they weren't filming or following us. Okay, so they hit a bug somewhere. Let me take a look at the stuff in my bag. Where could they have concealed it? We need to go back through what they said again. Yes, they somehow knew about something they shouldn't have. Judge Gabel's impromptu visit and our conversation in the visitor's room. Judge Gabel! Please, Mr. Edgeworth. Take a seat. What evidence do I have on my person at that point? The bug must have been hidden here. This is the pin Kei always wears. It's shaped like the mark of the Yatagarasu, and is very eye-catching indeed. I can't imagine any thief other than Kei would want to wear it.
Take that!
Kei, can I take a closer look at your badge? The Yatagarasu pin? No, it's mine! What? Seriously, Mr. Edgeworth. Sure, you're a great thief's assistant now. But that doesn't mean you get to wear the pin right away. You have to earn it. I don't want to wear it. I want to check it for bugs. Huh? This old thing? Let's take a look, shall we? The chicken wing badge? There's something I've been wondering for a while now, but... is this pin something you inherited, or... Nope, there wasn't one, so I made it myself. I suppose that makes sense. It is quite flashy. I can't imagine any other thief wanting to wear it. What? You don't have to be so mean, you know. Huh? Whoa! So I was right. How'd you know? Whoever it is we're dealing with, they came into close contact with you recently. When they knocked me unconscious, you mean? Precisely, which made me think the bug must be one of your possessions. But they also overheard my conversation with Judge Gabel when she visited me. Something that would have been impossible if I didn't have the bug on my person at the time. I get it. So you thought back over what they let you keep hold of when they had you locked up? Yes. All the case evidence I was carrying had been confiscated. Meaning the only thing it could possibly have been was your pin. So they were listening to us the whole time? And they heard everything we said? I suspect so. Everything to do with the case and more. Wait, they're probably listening to what we're saying right now. They may well be, yes. Hey, jerkface! Hey! Eavesdropping coward! Why don't you come out and show yourself? Huh? What was that sound? Ow, 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 ow. Ouch, dang it. Huh? Oh, look, it's Tabby. Y'all sure know how to surprise a girl. You gotta shout that loud without a word of warning. Made me jump halfway out of my skin. Sorry. What's got you so ornery anyhow? Get a load of this, seriously, it'll make your blood boil. It will, huh? I'm all ears. I wonder if we might be better off keeping it to ourselves, Kay. Assuming we don't want to be all over the front page of tomorrow's paper, that is. Ah, thanks. Nearly walked right into that. Aw, come on, y'all no fun at all. I was counting on you open up and spilling the beans all over this here plaza. I better switch off the bug before I forget. So, did y'all find that there kidnapped kitty? Speaking of which, the child you saw being taken away. Was it the boy in this photograph? Huh? Nah, that ain't him. The kid I saw looked dumber in mud. Even he did have some fancy school uniform. No prizes for guessing who she means. I mean, maybe we should have showed her the photo to begin with. So Miss Lloyd managed to confuse matters once again. I think we better take another look around. Back to square one. Hopefully we'll turn up some new information soon. There's only 20 minutes left until 2. Are we gonna make it in time? Wait, Mr. Edgeworth, I just had a thought. It's about the phone call. There was weird noise in the background, right? There was. Don't think for 1 second you'll get away with this. Oh, don't worry. I'm counting on you at least trying to track me down. That'll be half the fun. Not that I rate your chances of bringing me to justice particularly highly. Wait, she's right. We heard a loud bang right at the end. Could that provide a hint as to the kidnapper's location? A loud bang, you say? Let's see, I see. Ugh, will you stop eavesdropping? Boy, you never get any cuddlier, do you, Ruffles? I guess I'll need to speak with Miss Lloyd, too. Much as I don't want to. Oh, I was thinking maybe we can examine the bug. Oh, hello. Well, if it ain't my 2 newest pals, more trouble? Hop in! Thank you, but we don't need to go anywhere right now. Ah, you don't gotta say nothing, buddy. I can see it written all over your face. You gotta go make a fresh start, am I right? New town, new house, new everything. Cops on your tail, wise guys even. It doesn't matter, just rip it all up and start again. Come on, hop in. Your new life starts right here. Just be sure to tip generously now. I'm starting to wonder why we weren't more suspicious of him the first time. I mean, he did just drive us to a location another customer asked him to without confidentiality. Even if he thought that we were the police, which I don't think we had to tell him that, but you know, whatever. We'll talk to him in a bit. How are things looking here, officer? All good? Yes, sir! Very good indeed. I haven't just been keeping my eyes and ears peeled, but my nose, tongue, and fingers too. It's a whole new kind of guard duty, and I must say I'm really relishing the challenge it presents. No offense, but would you mind concentrating on more traditional methods? Stop, Gummy! Why are you running away from us? Detective Gumshoe. When you gave up your badge, sir, I didn't know what to do with myself. You stay right where you are, detective. So I thought, if you weren't gonna be a prosecutor anymore, then maybe I shouldn't be a detective either. But I was wrong. Even if you're not around, I'll always be a detective. My job is always to investigate crimes. And us detectives don't just investigate when prosecutors ask us to. We have to be able to look into stuff ourselves, too. Is that what you were doing just now? Back then, too. You should thank your former subordinate for what I'm about to share. In his desperation to help Kay Faraday, he gave me a valuable piece of information. Detective Gumshoe did that. So Rosie Ringer's autopsy report. When I went down to the detention center to see how Kay was doing, When you get to my level, you don't uncover the truth. You make it little by little. Kay Faraday, murderer. That's the truth. The truth I created. Ugh. Yes, my boy, that's what I like to see. You overheard that? Yeah, so I went back and looked over the evidence. Dug out a little something I thought might help. No way, Gummy, you're the best. I'll be in prison right away if it wasn't for you. No, my pleasure, kid. Good to see you got your memory back, by the way. Thanks. So anyway, like I said, I'm investigating stuff for myself these days. And that's it. Wait, Gummy, don't run off again. We get it! You can look into stuff for yourself now! That's great! And it helped me, right when I needed it the most. But right now, we need you to work with us. I'm no longer a prosecutor, or indeed anything. We're investigating a case regardless. And I ask you, this is not as a prosecutor, but as a friend. Detective Gumshoe, will you help us? Stop it, sir! You're killing me here! Come on, Gummy! Alright, alright. Alright, I'll do it. Just stop bowing and being nice to me, okay? It's weird. Gummy! Thank you, Detective. So, what do you need? Yeah, character development for Gumshoe. He's been kind of strangely absent this game compared to the last game because there's so many other characters, so a lot of times he's been taking a backseat in this game, but it's so nice to see him get some growth. And like I said, when I played the original trilogy, I liked Gumshoe, but I was kind of neutral towards him. Like, I didn't particularly like him or particularly hate him. He was just kind of there. He was charming. But playing these games, and he got this character growth and seeing his relationship with Edgeworth and Kay and everyone else, like, I really came to like him a lot more now that we actually get to see him more and hear more about him and see him develop and grow, which is something that was missing from before. Yeah, exactly. There's 3 of them, right? A detective, a thief, and a prosecutor. You're right, in a way they are the new Yatagarasu, the new 3-legged raven, huh? And I love that parallel. All we need is for Kay to become like a defense attorney or something. Can you tell us what you've discovered in the course of your investigations, Detective? Yes, sir! Sure I can! Alright, so I got 3 big things to tell you. Here goes. Number 1, I've got some real results for you from when forensics looks into Kay's clothes. They found traces of what looked to be a powerful sedative. Brand was, 3 Z's. I guess that's what she was drugged with at Gore Lake. And 3 Z's is also the same sedative they use in the DLC case for Dual Destinies as well. Before she was taken to the roof of the big building. Sure seems that way. Now for number 2. I got hold of all the footage from that security camera in front of the big building elevator. The camera that captured President Wong and Judge Gabel that night. The elevator is usually the only way of getting up onto the roof, correct? And therefore anyone using it should have been caught on camera. That's right! So, winding the tape back to 2 nights ago, we should have been able to see Kay being carried up there while she was out cold. And, did you spot me, Gummy? I watched it all and fast forward. Everything from 2 days ago till the end. Yes, and? Nothing! No sign of Kay anywhere! I thought it was all too good to be true. How did the kidnapper get her up there? I think we'll need to look into that in a little more detail. And the last item on your list. Yes, sir! This is the big one! The 3rd thing I have to tell you is... It's great to be working with you again. I'll help you catch this perp, it's the last thing I do. And that about wraps it up. I put you through a lot, Detective. But that doesn't mean I can start going easy on you. That's the big one, as you put it. It doesn't even have anything to do with the case. I would have preferred something of practical use. Oh, no mercy, huh? Guess I shouldn't have expected anything less. Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. A boy has been kidnapped. We need your help to find him. Kidnapped? Yes, his name is Sean Fenn. Oh wait, the kid with the horns. You know him. I saw him earlier today. You mean this morning? Yeah, he got off on that bus over there, and then he walked off toward that garbage disposal area. Where's that? Just over there. It's where all the offices in the big building put their trash before it gets taken away. Where he went after that, I couldn't tell you. I had to leave right around then. I think we better take a closer look at this garbage disposal area. Oh, nope, this is the same dialogue. Nothing new. Mr. Powers, can I ask you a somewhat impertinent question? Sure? What is it? Are they planning on making any more Steel Samurai? Edgeworth, now's not the time. Sorry, does this have something to do with your case? No, I was simply asking out of interest. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but they don't let us talk about this stuff with just anybody. Ugh. I'm sorry to have put you on the spot. I knew it was a long shot. Ah, well. But I didn't say they weren't planning on making anything new. Interesting. There's an array of filming equipment here. It's practically screaming, steal me, just sitting there on the ground like that, huh? Okay. I know. I was just seeing how it felt to say it. Ahem. If I stole Global Studios' gear, they'd never be able to make another Steel Samurai show again. And where would that leave you and all the other fans, huh? That's not why I stopped you, but it's also a good point. I like how everyone knows that Edgeworth is a Steel Samurai fan now. Like, even Gumshoe, Emma, Francisca, Kay, it's like not even a secret anymore. You can't even hide it. You can't even pretend to hide it. This is a site bus. They use it for moving the cast and crew around during shooting. A bus, huh? Then we need to know where it's going and how much the tickets cost. It's Global Studios' own private bus, Kay. You wouldn't need to buy a ticket. And the destination will change depending on the needs of the crew. So let me get this straight. It's free and it goes anywhere you want it to. I gotta get me one of these. What do you want then? It's not a bus, but a car, Kay. Just like everyone else. How about that? A little help from little old me? And y'all made a great leap closer to solving the case. Closer? Sure, if by closer you mean we wound up going after the completely wrong kidnap victim. She must have barely looked at the photo at all. Oh, really? And here I thought I'd given y'all the tip of the century. My bad. It's not your fault. It's ours for putting our trust in unreliable sources. We'll just have to learn not to do that again. Hey, that ain't nice. I don't gotta give y'all no tips at all, you know? And I won't. Not if you're gonna be like that. Alright, fine. Maybe just this one, but only because I got a real scoop for y'all this time. A real scoop, huh? This should be good. Fine. I'm not expecting much, but you got my attention. What is this scoop of yours? Proof, that's what. Proof that Taurosaurus really is real. Alright. Okay, we're leaving. Wait. I ain't lying, I swear. Sure, it's hard to believe, but it's true. We don't have time for this. We also don't have much else to go on, I suppose. Proof? What kind of proof? Did you capture something on your tape recorder, perhaps? Oh, you're good, Ruffles. Sharper than a gosh dang tack. I captured the sound of that big old beastie breathing fire is what I captured. I was hoping for something a little better than that. Hey, don't make that face, dang it. I ain't lying, listen for yourself and tell me it ain't true. Alright, ready? It's fire breathing time, dagnabbit. Yeah! There, well? Kinda hard to tell over the shouting, but it could have been something breathing fire, maybe? Tell me, Miss Lloyd, did you see this fire breathing something with your own eyes? Well, not exactly with my eyes as such. Seeing as how I wasn't precisely close by when it happened. Ahem. Surely the real Taurosaurus would be pretty hard to miss no matter how far away you were standing. Well, see, I was far away, but also recording via what you might call non-standard means, huh? Would you mind explaining what you mean by that? Ugh, really dug myself a hole here, huh? See, I might have could have rigged me up a little wireless intercept, hopping to do a little scoop detecting. Ah, that's so sad. Poor insect. Not an insect, Kay, an intercept. She was listening out for radio signals. Would have allowed her to listen in on any nearby transmissions. Me and the chief been down here at the big building sniffing out around these last couple of days. Looking into Miss Hart's tip about the underground auction, I assume. Which would mean that you've been listening in on all the radio signals in the area too. Sure have! Which is how I wound up hearing the most thunderous, ear-splitting noise you ever did hear. The pounding of feet, the electricity in the air, that was it. Taurosaurus at last! You made up everything except the roaring sound, didn't you? The long and short of it is that you didn't actually see anything, correct? Huh, I don't need to see things, I'm a writer, you hear? Anyhow, I kept listening till down the line comes. Your pal there's voice hollering fit to beat the band. Eavesdropping coward, why don't you come on and show yourself? Huh? What was that sound? Our apologies for that. I'm sure Kay didn't mean to bowl you over with her little outburst. I assume it was as shocking as it was because you didn't hear it directly. It came through your headphones while you were still listening to the signal from the bug, didn't it? What? Are you saying she planted it? Hey, come on now, I ain't into no bugging, just a little lighthearted intercepting is all. Would you mind if we borrowed the tape of what you recorded, Miss Lloyd? Ugh! Do what you dang well please. Mr. Edgeworth! Mr. Saint, Miss Barry. How's the search going? Did you find him? Not yet. Poor Sean. Sean? Oh, nothing. Just a slip of the tongue. I guess they still don't know about the kidnapping. We did manage to find Eustace, yes. Oh, you did? That's great! Thanks so much. Now maybe they won't arrest me again. Me and my friends went out looking. But you beat us to it, no fair. The friends. I guess she means the animals. Today's the first public performance of your new show, correct? Yep, it sure is. We practiced so hard for this one. So Mr. Saint will be performing too. Of course! He practiced harder than anybody, even if he did spend the whole time saying no, no, no. Even went up in the balloon to spread the word from the sky. So you have to come and see him perform, okay? It'll mean so much to him. Of course. Assuming we can solve the case before then. Did you say that you enlisted the help of the animals in your search? Yep, and if it's been Isaiah and Regent, we might have found something. Simeon, the big scaredy cat, was all, no, 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 and put a stop to that. So boring. If it weren't for Mr. Saint, the whole town would probably be in uproar right now. Aw, come on, Simeon, why would you do that? Setting the whole circus loose on a city would have been super fun. I'm sorry. To you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry. Why are you apologizing to me? I'm the one person who didn't say anything. You're amazing, Mr. Edgeworth. How'd you find Prosecutor Winner? With some serious investigative magic, that's how. It was pure luck, actually, but never mind. You didn't even need our help, huh? That's not true. Thanks so much for joining in the search. Where'd you look, by the way? Oh, this place a little way called Sunshine Coliseum. Do you know it? Sunshine Coliseum. That's over by the harbor. There's a whole bunch of people there for a big event. We thought it might be worth a look. You mean like a festival? Oh, that sounds fun. Wish I could have gone and checked it out. Oh yeah, it was super fun. There were food stands and fireworks. Simeon didn't like the crowds much, but hey, you don't have to tell them that. Alright, it's decided. When this case is finally over, we're all going to the festival together. It's kinda lucky you found Prosecutor Winner so quickly. Lucky? In what way? We have to go practice soon, for the show. We wouldn't have been able to help for much longer anyway. I see. I'm sorry to have kept you from your duties at the circus. Oh no, it's nothing to worry about really. We were glad to help. I'll do anything if it helps make sure they don't arrest me again. He really helped me out by finding him. I'm so relieved. Of course, just because they found him, that doesn't mean they'll find Warden Lagarde guilty. What? You mean they might still throw me back in jail? No, I can't go back, I can't! Come on, Kay. Do you really have to torment the poor boy? So Sean walked off in this direction, huh? It would seem so, yes. Perhaps we'll find some clues here as to his current whereabouts. I'm gonna scour the scene and inspect anything that catches my attention. The trash is collected at 11 AM. I guess that's why the enclosure's empty. There was a ton of stuff out here earlier. Big stuff too. Today must be the day they take the big stuff away. Yeah, sure looked that way. I bet the big squisher machines squish it all up good anyhow. They don't do that with the larger items. They just take them away as they are. They do, huh? How do you even know that, sir? Wait, Mr. Fender's pretty keen for you to join him, right? I'll bet he sent you some kind of pamphlet on how to throw your stuff away when you move office. You're spookily insightful sometimes, Kay. But only sometimes. So, they keep it locked up tight, huh? I guess they don't want non-residents disposing of their trash here. It's totally empty! Yes, because the garbage was just collected. You think? Or did somebody steal it all? I smell a crime here, Mr. Edgeworth. I certainly smell something as well. But is it really the scent of a crime? This milk carton. That's the same brand Sean drinks. Something happened to him here. I'm almost certain of it. Based on what we've seen and what Detective Gumshoe told us, I think there's a strong possibility that Sean was abducted from the garbage disposal area. Yeah, it's kind of out of the way of prying eyes, huh? But why would Sean even come here in the first place? I imagine he must have something to dispose of. But the truck's already come and gone. Guess we'll never know what that something was now. I don't believe there's anything more to be found here. Mr. Saint, you mentioned fireworks before. Huh? Fireworks? Yes, at the event of the Coliseum. Were they setting them off during daylight hours? Oh yeah, a bunch of them went off while we were there. What are you thinking, Mr. Edgeworth? A loud bang we heard. What if that was a firework? Huh? Don't think for 1 second you'll get away with this. Oh, don't worry, I'm counting on you at least trying to track me down. That'll be half the fun. Not that I rate your chances of bringing me to justice particularly highly. For the bang to be clearly audible over the telephone, it must have been pretty loud. Which means fireworks, which means the Coliseum! So the kidnapper was near there, right? But how near? If the fireworks were that loud, you could probably hear them from far away. Yes, the area we'd need to search would be too broad to even consider doing it ourselves. But if the police were to lend a hand... You love all the taxi guys just continuing to be there all nosy? What if he's the mastermind? Only 2 vehicles came through here this morning. The taxi and the blue truck. And Eustace was taken away in the taxi. Right, well it seems that Sean was likely abducted from the garbage disposal area. If the garbage was collected at 11 AM. Oh, I get it! Now we know what kind of truck it was! Indeed. It must have been the garbage truck. The police officer who told us about it didn't describe it as such. He only mentioned the fact it was blue. Huh, some cop he was. How did he not even notice it was one of those cool trash squishing machines? Because it wasn't. Today isn't a regular garbage day, it's the day they collect larger items. For which they wouldn't use a specialized garbage truck. Just a regular truck like any other. But it was a garbage truck nonetheless. Where do garbage trucks go? To the dump, right? Wait a second. So you're saying the kidnapper disguised themselves as a trash collector? But then the truck would probably have been fake too, right? So maybe it didn't go to the dump. No. I'm reasonably sure the garbage truck was real. Yeah? How do you figure that? Another look at the garbage disposal area should tell us. What tells us the garbage truck must have been real?
Take that!
The garbage disposal area is kept locked. Oh yeah, so only a real garbage collector in a real garbage truck could have opened it. Precisely, the garbage truck couldn't have been a fake. Perhaps whoever abducted Sean put him in a large cardboard box they prepared for the job. Now mix that in amongst the other oversized items. And the garbage collector would have taken it away, no questions asked. Exactly, allowing the kidnapper to await the truck's arrival at the garbage processing facility. Hey Drago, welcome to the stream. Thanks for stopping by, it's good to see you. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope you're doing well today. Guys, please go check out our friend Yura Unit B, also known as Drago. He's an amazing streamer, his taste in games is very similar to my own, so if you like games that I play, you'll like games that he plays too. He's also an expert in games like Pokemon and Monster Hunter and Grand Blue as well. And he's also an Ace Attorney fan, so please go check him out, he's super, super awesome. Thanks so much for dropping by, Drago, hope you had a good stream. What were you playing today? I'm Kiro, the frog-themed martial artist. We're playing some not great Ace Attorney Investigations 2. We are on the last case, and we are almost halfway there, I would say. So if you don't want spoilers, feel free, I understand. Otherwise, stick around and chill with us, or go take care of yourself after your stream. I appreciate you being here. They could then claim to have thrown the box away by mistake and collect it without incident. Alright, so where do they take the garbage after it leaves here? Let's see. Looks like we have two possibilities. Which of the garbage processing facilities was Sean taken to? Have we found anything that might serve us as a clue? Oh, you're playing A Link to the Past. That sounds like fun. Classic. Hope you had a good time. Yeah, I say we're almost halfway, but when we end the stream today, we're probably going to only be about 40 or 45% of the way through this case. Again, it's not as long as Turnabout Ablaze, but it is longer than Turnabout Legacy. So based on the loud bang we heard on the phone call, we know the kidnapper was somewhere in the vicinity of Sunshine Coliseum. And one of the garbage facilities is right by there too. I think it's likely that's where Sean was taken. Which means the kidnapper must be holding him somewhere near there. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir! Could I ask you and your men to search the area around the garbage facility? It's not like you to ask, sir. Feels a little flat, if I'm being totally honest. Why don't you give me a good old-fashioned order, huh? Like you used to. You don't mind, even though I'm not a prosecutor anymore. I thought I told you already. A detective investigates for himself, not just for prosecutors. Thank you. Mr. Edgeworth, we're almost out of time. You're right. We need to hurry. I doubt Judge Cavell and the others can hold out much longer. I'm counting on you, Detective Gumshoe. I won't let you down, sir. It won't be an official search, but I'll put my best guys on it. You can count on that. I'm coming too, Gummy. I promised I'd snatch Sean from the jaws of danger, and that's just what I'm gonna do. I'll head back to the courthouse. Who knows, I may be able to drag proceedings out just a little longer. Alright, with me, everybody. Even in the depths of night. It's already striking 2. There isn't a moment to lose. Yes, sir! But I didn't finish! When no other bird dares to take flight! April 6, 2:16 p.m. District Court. Courtroom number 3. Well, well, this is our old friend, ex-prosecutor Edgeworth. Hello, dear boy. Excelsius winner. The accused will turn and face the prosecution. I'm not done with you yet. I already told you, Francisca, it doesn't make sense. Why would I help her? I feel for her, of course. A woman in her prime sent to prison is enough to make a grown man cry. But to suppress evidence in order to keep her out of a jail cell? No, that's preposterous. Objection! But we have a statement from your own son. He says he entrusted the evidence to your care. I'm afraid I don't know what he's talking about. Or why'd he say such a thing? I don't know what's gotten into him lately.
Objection!
What if I could prove that you and Warden Lagarde are much more closely associated than you claim? I'm sorry, prove? I think we've been over this, dear boy. You're an ex-prosecutor, remember? Are you even allowed in this part of the courtroom anymore? Miles Edgeworth, I'm the one prosecuting this case. What are you thinking barging in like this? I'm sorry, Francisca, but it's important. May I speak on behalf of the prosecution just briefly? What? What are you doing? Judge Cabell, I come before the court with important new evidence. I ask you allow me to present it. Oh, have you lost your mind, dear boy? There's no way this could be allowed.
Objection!
Well, the defense hopes you'll let him, G. Just saying. What's the thinking over on the prosecution side there, friend Dango? Again, I love his various nicknames to everyone. And how he changes it every time. Fine. The prosecution has no objections.
Objection!
Your objections are neither here nor there. This isn't a democracy, it's a courtroom. And this is flagrant contempt. Isn't that right, Verity? No. As long as Sean's still missing, she'll feel she has no choice but to go along with whatever Winner wants. If only there was some way of telling her he might be found at any moment. Judge Cavell, I would ask only this, that you trust in me and in my assistant. Just this once. Speaking of which, where is Kay Faraday? She's currently searching for the most important piece of evidence of all.
Objection!
Nonsense! There's no more evidence to be had, you're just stalling for time!
Objection!
The most important piece of evidence of all, eh? Hey G, I don't know what this evidence is, but maybe we should trust in Miles' little pal. What do you say? I mean, I say little pal, but she's way more than that. She's the one and only great thief, Yatagarasu. Seems Fender has sensed what I'm getting at least. Judge Cavell, the evidence I'm talking about, we're almost certain we know where it is. Kay is only mere moments away from snatching it from the jaws of danger. Very well. This is highly irregular, but I will allow it. You have my thanks. Have you gone completely mad? You said you had important new evidence. Evidence of what exactly? Just what I said, that Warden Lagarde and Chairman Winner are far better acquainted than he claims. Allow me to present you. What proves the link between Excelsius Winner and Fifi Lagarde?
Take that!
This document is a report regarding the interrogation of a certain someone. Oh yeah? And who might that be? The late Mr. Bronco Knight. And the interrogation was to be carried out by none other than Warden Lagarde. Wait, is that the interrogation where... Yes, where Knight was killed. This document shows Warden Lagarde planning the interrogation, in which Mr. Knight was murdered. This is indeed important evidence.
Objection!
Miles Edgeworth, you refer to the document in question as a report. Would you care to elaborate? To whom was this report addressed? A very good question, Miss Von Karma. And the answer is the most important new revelation of all. We recovered this document from a safe in the storeroom on the 51st floor of the big building. That's the storeroom where the lots for the underground auction were kept. It is. An auction, if you recall, was presided over by one Excelsius Winner. And that is to whom the report in question was addressed. Do you still mean to insist that you and Warden Lagarde barely knew one another? I'll refrain from commenting on that matter, for the moment if you don't mind. What? I don't believe it's been conclusively proven that I was the auctioneer yet, has it? Have you forgotten the events of this morning already? I think I proved that fact more than adequately. This has been a busy day for Edgeworth and everyone else. That last case ended just this morning. I'll admit defeat in that particular arena, yes, but that was not the courtroom. Can you prove the same thing here, my boy? That I was The ringleader, did you call it? If you can't, then well, you certainly can't prove the report was addressed to me. You won't wriggle your way out of this one. So unfair. Tell him, Verity, please. I'm not being slippery at all. I'm being entirely reasonable, wouldn't you say? Unlike you when you permitted Mr. Edgeworth this bizarre interlude. That was most unlike you. It's saddening, truly it is, to see you failing in your sacred duty to the law. Almost saddening enough to make me want to take drastic measures. You're right, of course. Until a fact has been adequately proven in the courtroom, it cannot truly be considered a fact. I'm afraid I have no choice but to ask that Mr. Edgeworth's theory be struck from the record. Ugh, it's no good. She has to know for certain that Sean is safe. I'm sorry, my boy, what counts as truth out in the field and the courtroom are two different things. You're more than willing to bend the truth in the courtroom, is that what you're saying? Oh, you're a scurrilous soul. I'll do no such thing. I'll simply accept the court's verdict, as the truth should it choose to acquit me. As should you. If we can't find that missing evidence, we're in trouble here. Well, Verity, I think we've heard about all we need to, don't you? There's no way that evidence is turning up. Ever. A quick not guilty and we can all go home.
Objection!
Who said that? Dad! Eustace. Ugh. What are you doing here? Mr. Winner, what is the meaning of this? And where have you been? You can't just abandon your duties like that. I'm sorry. You aren't fit to be a prosecutor. You're a complete and utter disgrace. Why, Eustace? Why can you not get into your head? Ugh. There's no place for an incompetent fool like you. Dad. I brought some vital evidence. So, can I please, take my place on the prosecutor's bench, pretty please? Well, well, Eustace. This is certainly a surprise.
Objection!
Oh, Eustace, my boy, what's gotten into you? That's something different about you. What's going on? Dad, come on, my boy. Spit it out. What is it? You want Daddy to play catch with you? That's it, isn't it? Alright. Why don't you run along home and I'll be with you soon. Get back on the stand right now! What's gotten into you, child? You're shaking like a leaf.
Objection!
Judge Cavell, the prosecutor in charge has arrived along with important new evidence. This trial is far from over. Surely you can't call an end to proceedings just yet. No objections from team defense. Only wish we could have our original team captain say that herself, though. The prosecution has no objections either. You think this farce is going to continue? There's no chance of that. None at all. Isn't that right, Verity? He still thinks he was successful in his bid to kidnap Sean, but we know different. Sadly, as long as the boy remains missing, nothing changes. Judge Cavell's hands are still tied. That sound! That's her cell phone! Huh? Mine is also ringing. Whoa! I'm getting a call too! Mr. Edgeworth! Mr. Fender! We found Sean! We found Sean! Detective, you did it! The most important piece of evidence of all, huh? That's some stellar work, your great thiefness. Huh, thanks. We just thought you should know right away. See you all soon. Judge Cabal, it's for you. Hello. Yes. Yes, I understand. I'm so glad you're safe. Be sure to thank everybody properly. You'll do that for me, won't you? Alright, be careful. I'll see you back at home. The proceedings will continue. I feel certain freedom returning to my hammer arm. No, how? Is this some idiotic joke? It is no such thing. The witness will return to the stand. And Mr. Winner will step up to the prosecutor's bench. Yes, ma'am! Useless Winner. Yeah? I leave matters in your hands. Oh? Facing down your own father. This won't be easy. I'll be looking on with interest. Don't disappoint me. Aw. Very well. Is the prosecution ready to proceed? Mr. Winner, you mentioned some evidence you wish to present to the court. Yeah, so, the knife and the chisel. Whoa, you tracked down the missing murder majigs? Again, I love how there's actually no one in the stands. We hear them. Well, Mr. Winner, did you? About that, No. I couldn't find them. I searched everywhere, but I was, too late. Too late? How so? I remembered something. I saw Dad in the garage this morning. He was carrying something wrapped in newspaper. Where are you going, Dad? Oh, Eustace. I was, just on my way to throw out some trash. And then I heard this tinkling sound. Tinkling, huh? Let me guess. The bell from Mr. Canis' chisel. You mean to tell the court that you believe the witness disposed of the evidence? I tried my best, but I was too late. I'm, sorry. You said you looked everywhere. Everywhere where? Literally everywhere! I even went to the dump! I got down on my hands and knees and dug through the garbage! I figured stuff had to be in there somewhere! Wait, that's Eustace. Huh? Hey, what are you doing here? Ah! Rude? He totally ignored me. So that's what he was doing. And he even went as far as to search the dump. But... all I found was... this! And this is... a little pungent, for one thing. Yeah, and you're a little on the ripe side yourself, kiddo. I can smell you from here. What do you expect? And the knife? It's probably somewhere amongst all the trash. But there was too much to go through on my own. Very well. The court will accept the item you have presented into evidence. You've really outdone yourself, Eustace. You never failed to disappoint, dear boy. You dug through rotting garbage with your bare hands and that's all you have to show for it? Ha! You drive me to tears. Really you do.
Objection!
Might be a little soon to turn on the waterworks just yet, Dad. Let's take a closer look first. You wish to waste your time, be my guest. Hey, Eustace, Miles, do this devastatingly handsome old defense attorney a favor, will you? Hit this guy full in the face with the truth. It seems Fender's on board. Good. Let's see if we can't find an opening. Mr. Winner, could you show me the piece of evidence you found? Sure. Let's open it up, shall we? We can only hope there's something of value inside. Could this be the bell that was on Mr. Canis' chisel? Perhaps there's some trace of evidence that could prove one way or the other. It's no good! Look at it! It's spotless! Well, Mr. Winner? Do tell, was there anything interesting inside your little scrap of paper? Of course there wasn't. Why would there be? Why was it even accepted as evidence? It's literally a piece of trash. Sorry, gentlemen, but the truth hurts. Were Eustace's efforts for nothing? It's true the bell may not be of much use to us as evidence. Nonetheless. Come on, Edgeworth! We can't give up! As calm and collect as ever, I see. Miles, unlike my poor idiot son there. Are we to assume that the prosecution has nothing more to say on the matter? Very well.
Objection!
Not so fast, Cabell. We're not done yet. There's one thing we still haven't looked at properly. Really, my boy? You want us to believe there's more? Desperation's never a good look, you know. Seems Eustace isn't quite ready to give up just yet. And for once, I think we're both thinking the same thing. Namely, we might not necessarily be dealing with a useless piece of trash. We can't know for sure without looking more closely, but if I'm right, we're talking about... I'm talking about the piece of newspaper the bell was wrapped in! Seems we really were thinking the same thing. Ah, it's beautiful, really. Tear-jerkingly so. Some might call it heroic optimism. Some might call it clutching at straws. But whatever one calls it, to put one's faith in a worthless piece of garbage, that takes belief. Let's take a closer look and see if it's as useless as you say, shall we? Eustace, if you'd be so kind. Hey Clavier, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for coming by. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. Hey Trey, it's good to see you. Elio, hello, hello. Hope you all had a great time. Please go check out Clavier Talus when you get a chance. He's an amazing musical-themed YouTuber with a conductor background, I believe. He's super cool. You should go check him out. He makes music. Thank you for coming by. Hey Uka Buka, welcome in. Well, thank you so much for following me, Clavier. Hope you had a good time with your stream. What were you playing today? I'm Kiro, I'm frog-themed martial artist. We're playing some Ace Attorney Investigations 2. We are about 40% of the way through the final case. So if you're worried about spoilers, I totally understand. But otherwise, feel free to sit and chill with us, or go take care of yourself after your stream. I really appreciate it. Elio, thank you so much for following me and being a froggy friend as well. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Thanks once again for entrusting me with your audience. I appreciate it a lot. Eustace, if you'd be so kind. Oh, it's your birthday? Happy birthday! That's super exciting. Hope you had a great celebration with everyone. Mr. Canis' bell, and as we established, it doesn't have a whole lot to tell us. Never mind the bell, look at the paper it's wrapped in! Very well. Are these finger marks? And look, it's covered in some sort of oil! Judge Cabell, I'd like to have this examined for fingerprints. Could I request you call on somebody from forensics? Very well. Summon a technician right away. I have the results, Your Honor. It's been confirmed that these are finger marks. Unfortunately, it looks like they were made by somebody wearing gloves. No! Oh dear. Well, that doesn't give you much in the way of evidence, does it? But I suppose it makes sense if you think about it. After all, this was important evidence. What kind of idiot would handle something like that without gloves on? Oh, that's right. The kind that would flail about desperately like you, my boy. Wow, way to talk to your kids, Super Dad. I'm merely calling a spade. Or in this case, an idiot. Real winners know to keep their emotions out of things. And take no pity on the weak and the foolish, including their own ineffective offspring. Dad! You spent the last who knows how long proclaiming yourself to be a prize-winning prosecutor. But thanks to my little pep talk this morning, you finally know exactly how those prizes were won. It was all thanks to me. Thanks to the power I wield. You've never stood on your own 2 feet. You've always been coddled. First by me, then by Verity. Dad! Oh, dry your garbage-smelling tears. Garbage-smelling? Not that it's a stench that doesn't suit you. Even if it does make me turn up my nose in disgust.
Objection!
No! You're wrong! I am, my boy. Wrong about what? I'm not the one that smells. You are! Uno reverse card. What did you say? Yeah, you smell, and you don't even realize it. You couldn't hide it even if you wanted to. Edgeworth, take a sniff. Right there, where the finger marks are. You want me to smell it? Is that oil? Yeah, and I know where it came from. Wait, I know it from somewhere too. It smells of engine oil in here. I guess Winter Senior must be something of a motorhead. The odor tells us something. Something important. It tells us exactly who threw this piece of evidence away. But I guess my dad's right. I guess I'll never be a real winner. I'll never be able to keep my emotions out of things. And I'll never be able to stand up to him no matter what he's done. Eustace. Be strong, Eustace. Remember what you told me. You said you were going to be different from your father. A different kind of prosecutor. Oh! And you are a prosecutor. We both are. That's why we're standing here in the courtroom. A prosecutor's highest responsibility is to the truth. To see it comes to light no matter what. We expose crimes, and we see their perpetrators are punished, no matter who they may be. So, if you truly mean to continue as a prosecutor, you know what you have to do. I made you a promise. I said if you could summon the courage to find your feet again, I'd help you. This isn't something you should have to do alone. I'm here. I'm right beside you. Thanks, Edgeworth. You're right! Those finger marks tie my dad to the crime. We just need to show everybody how.
Take that!
The smell you pointed out to me, Eustace. It's the smell of engine oil, isn't it? Motorcycle oil, even. Yep, and we both smelled it before in the same place. Yes. Yes. In Chairman Winter's garage. Ugh. What's more, these finger marks feature some distinctive patterns, don't they? The outlines of the letters, D, E, A, T, H. The same letters that appear on the fingers of these gloves.
Objection!
Oh, gloves that can be bought in any store. How does that prove anything, dear boy?
Objection!
How indeed. That's not the only thing that connects your gloves to the piece of newspaper we found. Let's look again at the scrap of paper the bell was wrapped in. And compared to the gloves we found in Chairman Winter's garage, there's a feature that undeniably connects the two.
Take that!
Look at the letter A on the finger. Half of it is missing, exactly as it is on the print on the newspaper. What? I would also like to draw the court's attention to the dirt the gloves are covered in. I think it might be worth having its composition compared to the dirt on the newspaper. A match would make for even stronger evidence. But the print was made by Chairman Winner's glove. Officer, have the dirt on these two pieces of evidence compared right away. Urgh, curse you, Edgeworth, and you, Eustace! Who do you think you are? You're nothing but mere prosecutors. Sorry, Dad. I think it's time you admitted defeat. You suppressed vital evidence, and we just proved that in a court of law. And you did it to try and protect the defendant. What? Do you think you're going to be able to make that stick? You think they'd send me to prison? Me? You think you'll be the one trying to take me down? You're a fool, child. A fool!
Objection!
Just give it up, Dad. Admit what you did.
Objection!
You think you stand a chance without me around? You'll last 5 minutes. You know what? I think I might be okay. All I ever wanted was to become a prosecutor, to make you proud. But after your men kidnapped me, and I was lying there in the dark on my own, I got to thinking how powerless I was at all this because of you. I almost gave up, almost lost sight of the truth. But then... Edgeworth appeared out of nowhere, and showed me a way forward. I don't need your approval anymore. And I don't need you. After all, I found that evidence on my own, didn't I? My men kidnapped you? What are you talking about?
Objection!
I guess the courtroom is as good a place as any to tell you the truth, Dad. Be careful what you say to me, boy. You may live to regret it. You're a fool, Eustace, and you always will be. Hey, Mayatsubi, welcome to the stream. I know you've hated me for as long as I can remember, but I want you to know that despite it all, I've always looked up to you as my dad. Thanks for everything, Excelsius. And goodbye. You! When did you need me, dang it! You can't possibly survive without me! Eustace! The court hereby accepts the vital evidence in this case was suppressed by Chairman Winner. That crime will be tried, and an appropriate punishment decided at a future date. But for now, we must turn to the matter of the knife and the chisel, which still have not been found. However, I believe a full search of the garbage facility may well remedy that. What? You're going to dig through all that trash for the knife, darling? But then... Don't worry, Warden Lagarde. I'm sure your punishment won't be too unpleasant. Oh, you devil! Punished? Moi? Impossible! Excelsius, you blithering buffoon! What did you do? What did you do? All your swaggering bluster about how they never declared me guilty, and now this! You were the one I went after they arrested me, because you made me believe I could trust you! And not only did you kidnap a child to try to help me, it didn't even work! You idiot! You feckless, useless idiot of a man! An unsightly outburst, to say the least. But an informative one, too, wouldn't you agree, Eustace? Yeah, she really let some juicy info slip there, right? She did, right? Yes, she did. You really need to work on your confidence. Very well. Then it seems we may be able to bring these proceedings to an end at last. Oh, look who it is, CB, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. Hey guys, thanks for joining us today. Please join us in following CB. He is an amazing streamer, Wolfman. If you like big Wolfman dudes who are very knowledgeable in games like Magic the Gathering and Yu-Gi-Oh, for example, you should go check him out, because he's really good at card games, and very knowledgeable about them, and also just a really swell guy. So please go say hi to him. Thanks so much for dropping by, CB. I hope you had a good stream. What were you playing today? I'm Kiro, the frog-themed martial artist. We are almost close to the midpoint of the last case of Ace Attorney Investigations 2. So be wary of spoilers, but I'm really happy to see you here. Feel free to sit back and relax or go take care of yourself after your stream. I appreciate you sharing your audience. You're playing Dark Souls? That sounds like fun. You're a pretty big Dark Souls fan, if I recall. Hope you had a good time.
Knuckle back!
What? Huh? Who's that? Sorry, Judge Cavell. Your happy ending will have to wait. Lang Zi says, the end of the trial is not necessarily the end of the matter. Who are you? Just a lowly lone wolf investigator by the name of Shilong Lang. And you have some sort of objection to these proceedings, I take it. Ha! Not really. Your suspect over there is guilty for sure. Guiltier than you know. Lang? Like the Lang from 12 years ago? Yep, good to see you're finally about to pay for your crimes. Even if it did take a while for you to get what was coming to you. Agent Lang, explain yourself. Are you familiar with the SS5 incident? I certainly am. It happened 12 years back. Wait. 12 years? Look, a lot happened, okay? That was all 12 years ago or more. My father and the president being friends, our family being the ones who kept him safe. He just changed one day. It was like he became a different person. No, he doesn't trust the police one bit. Wonder what happened 12 years ago. Could this all be connected to Agent Lang's father and his relationship with the president somehow? Fifi Lagarde, an Excelsius winner. In the flesh. I've waited a long time for this day. After all, you're the ones who threw my family name into the dirt. Are we to assume that you have some personal connection to the incident in question? I do, but I'm not here to talk about the past. Not yet, anyhow. Right now, I'm here for you, Cavell. Me? You and one other person. Sean! You're both under arrest! On suspicion of having conspired to murder Dijin Wang, president of Zhengfa.
Objection!
Where's your evidence, Agent Lang?
Knuckle back!
All in good time, Mr. Prosecutor. We haven't even started our investigation yet. I want my suspects on the scene with me while I look everything over again. What have you uncovered, Agent Lang? I need to know. If you got a problem, you're more than welcome to tag along. Oh, believe me, I will. The end of the trial is not necessarily the end of the matter. We certainly haven't come anywhere close to solving the mystery of the president's murder. Or uncovering the truth behind these so-called monster sightings. Oh, don't worry, I'm counting on you to at least try and track me down. That'll be half the fun. Not that I rate your chances of bringing me to justice particularly highly. Or figuring out who that was on the phone. Yes, I say the matter is far from over yet. To be continued. Wasn't that juicy? Wasn't that great? So much happened. So many things are being brought together, but still, not a resolution in sight quite yet. I think you could see why Eustace is... I could see again, now that I'm reliving this moment, why people like Eustace. And I agree, I think it was a good turnabout point for him. I still think he's kind of annoying though, but I understand where his story arc is going. I'm just surprised how... Like, I understand that people like him and can relate to him, because obviously the whole, like, you know, parents' expectations, not being able to meet them, that resonates with a lot of people, I think. But I'm just surprised how, like, astronomically popular he is in the fandom. Now that this game's coming out and people are talking more about it. I knew he'd be, like, I knew he'd garner a fan base, I just didn't think it'd be that big. I still think he's annoying, though. But I do like his character arc and the way it turned out in the end. Gavel, we still have more to talk about with her, so we'll keep going with that. I do like seeing her with Sean, though. I think it brings out a different side of her, and you'll see more of that in the next stream, obviously. And I also want to mention this now, too, because I didn't want to mention this earlier, but maybe this is too early to say. No, you know what? I'll say this now. When I first finished the captive turnabout, right? And I'm sure other people felt this way, too. You feel a little bit sorry for Lagarde, because you're like, oh, she's just a person that has been put in this difficult situation. She's been bullied by fear of Canis, and that fear and paranoia led her to committing the crime. So, in a way, you kind of think that she's a little bit of a victim in this too. But then you see here, she's not a really good person. So, I won't say more on that topic just yet, because there's more yet to come. But, yeah, a lot of things are happening. And I also really like how this case is bringing together a lot of people from the previous cases. I mean, obviously we have Tabby coming back, mentioning Knight as well, Canis being mentioned, Shelly is appearing, we have Lotta, of course, is participating in this, we have mentions of Edgeworth's father's case, we have Penny and Will returning as cameos, or like smaller roles as returning characters, we have Simeon and Regina coming back from that case as well. It's like, it really feels like we're bringing everything together, and everyone's coming together to work against this one foe. We have Edgeworth and Gumshoe and Kay and the Very Big Circus and Francisca and Fender and Gavel. Like, everyone's coming together to help out, and it really feels like a great way to bring it all together. I mean, Turnabout Ablaze was good. It wrapped up the whole like smuggling ring thing and brought together a bunch of loose points. And we had Larry and Oldbag, but it didn't feel quite as much like a victory lap as this feels. But we are not really even halfway through. I think we're about 40 to 45% of the way through this case. So we're going to finish this tomorrow. It's going to be a slightly longer stream. I want to finish it all in one go, though. I think I can. It might be a 5 to 5 hour stream, and that's totally fine with me. Especially since it's a weekend, I have time. So tomorrow's stream will also be an afternoon stream. I might even start it a little bit earlier than today, because today I gave myself a little bit of time to get ready for lunch and stuff. We'll start a little bit earlier tomorrow. I'll post the schedule on Twitter later. So tomorrow afternoon, we are going to finish Turnabout for the Ages and wrap up this game for good. But it's been a wild ride and really fun. I'm so excited to talk more about this game with you guys when we actually get to that point. But thank you so much for coming by. Thank you so much for all the raids. We had a lot of raids today. I'm really, really grateful to all of you for sharing your audience with me. Yeah, exactly. It's the Smash Bros. Announcer. Everyone is here, right? It's great. If you're new here, if you want to check out previous videos of mine, my YouTube channel is available, including all my previous VODs of this game and also The Great Ace Attorney, other murder mystery games, JRPGs, horror games, fighting games, visual novels, you name it. Yeah, thank you so much. Let's, thank you so much for the bit, CB. I really appreciate it. Thank you for all your support. Oh, and thank you for the frogs. Let's see who's streaming right now. A few people are streaming. Let's take our pick here. Oh, cool. Aru is streaming Granblue versus Rising. Cool, I don't think he's played it before either. Let's go say hi to Aru. And of course, we love Granblue, so that'll be fun to see. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks again, guys. Take care. Bye, froggy friends.